Jessica, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Thank you.
I'm just going to turn my
9:30, and I'll call the meeting to order. And the first item of business is adoption of the agenda. Do I have a mover? Deputy Mayor.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stewart, that the agenda be adopted as amended to move item 14A, notices of motion, to follow 6F.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Having adopted the agenda, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Councillor Mitchell.
I, Paul Mitchell, hereby make a declaration of pecuniary interest respected to agenda item 6D on the council agenda dated July 16th, 2025. My reason for declaration is that my son is a lawyer with White Code LLP and an associate of Gord Klein, who is the agent for the applicants. To avoid any appearance that I would be influenced by this relationship in my decision, I am declaring a conflict of interest.
Thank you. And that's the completed form for the clerk?
Yes.
Thank you.
Completed and signed.
Are there any other declarations of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Not seeing any. Minutes arising out of the previous meeting. Deputy Mayor.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stewart, that the minutes from the June 18th, 2025 council meeting be adopted as printed and circulated.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Public comment period. No public comments received. Public meetings and drainage meetings. Can I have a resolution to go into public meeting? Deputy Mayor.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stewart, that the council meeting be adjourned at 9:31 a.m. for the purposes of holding a public meeting pursuant to the provisions of the Planning Act, and that council move into the Committee of Adjustments for the purpose of hearing minor variance applications.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And I will turn it over to Planner McDonald for minor variance application A12-25.
Thank you. Good morning to council, staff, members of the public joining us here this morning. The first application for minor variance affects lands on the west side of 41st Line. In this case, the applicants have sought two areas of relief from the township zoning bylaw, both to facilitate the construction of an accessory structure as shown on the plate number 3 before committee. There's also, I would just highlight, there's also a building shown in the air photo that looks as though it's an accessory structure on the property that has been demolished. So this is not an application that would result in two accessory structures because, as committee is aware, it is a cumulative gross floor area. So the area shown in blue on the plate is the proposed location for the new structure, which will be approximately 2,400 square feet. With a height to the midpoint of approximately 5.2 meters, whereas they're currently capped at 5 meters and 1,830 square feet respectively. As a result of circulation, there were no comments received from neighboring residents or agency staff highlighting any concerns with the application. The building department satisfied with the proposed location and that the structure shown on the air photo has been removed. Overall, we are supportive of this. One thing I would highlight is that although the structure is oversized at 2,400 square feet, we view these things with a light on, is it still secondary to the primary use being residential? And on these rural residential properties, we have to assess it based on not just the size of the dwelling. So in this case, the accessory structure will be actually larger from a gross floor area than the existing dwelling. But from the standpoint of a coverage and the function of the property, they'll maintain sufficient room for services, septic, well, amenity space. There's no drainage concerns, and as far as the surrounding areas, there'd be no shadow impacts or anything like that as a result of the increased height. So we are recommending approval for this application today. I'm happy to take any questions, and I believe Brian Wilsey, the agent, is also available today to do the same.
Thank you. Any questions from Committee of Adjustment for the planner on the report? Not seeing any. Is the applicant or the representative here, and do they wish to speak to the application?
No.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to the application? Not seeing any. So what we are going to do then, just so you understand, we're going to go on to two more minor variances. Then we'll come out of committee. Oh, actually, no, we're not. We're going to do it right now. Thank you. Do I have a mover? Deputy Mayor. My apologies.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stewart, that the Township of Zorra Committee of Adjustment approve application A1225Z submitted by Brian Wilsey for lands described as Part Lot 4, Concession 5, West Zorra, Part 1, Plan 41R10147, and municipally known as 415239 41st Line in the Township of Zorra as it relates to 1. Relief from Section 5.1.1.3, Table 5.1.1.3 accessory use provisions to permit an increased maximum height from 5.0 meters to 5.3 meters, and an increased maximum gross floor area from 170 meters squared to 223 meters squared, to facilitate the establishment of a detached accessory structure on a lot zoned special rural residential, RR22, zone in the Township of Zorra, subject to the following condition: that the proposed relief shall only apply to an accessory structure of the approximate size and location as depicted on Plate 3 of Report CP 2025-201.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So I would just suggest that you follow up with Spencer and/or CBO Hughes before you proceed. And back to Planner McDonald for minor variance application A13-25.
Thank you. The next application for minor variance appears very similar to the one that we just heard. This application seeks relief from two areas of the township zoning bylaw. One as it relates to the maximum height, and the second as it relates to the maximum cumulative gross floor area, each of which would be applying to the proposed accessory structure as generally shown on the plate before committee. Similar to the previous application, we need to assess these rural residential properties based on the surrounding area largely, and it is understood that although the height would increase here, there'd be no shadow impacts, no negative impacts to surrounding property owners. The subject property is just south of Medina, and this property is approximately 1.5 acres in size, so it is sufficiently large to accommodate the greater gross floor area that's being requested. I would just highlight in my report on page 2 there is reference to 2,400 square feet. That is my mistake. It's actually a 2,300 square foot accessory structure, so I do just want to clarify that for committee. As a result of circulation, there were no comments received from area residents or agencies or otherwise. We are recommending support of the application today, and I believe the applicant, Justin Benner, is here for any questions should committee have any for him.
Thank you. Any questions from Committee of Adjustment for the planner on the report? Not seeing any. Is the applicant here? Do they wish to speak to their application?
Yeah, everything Spencer spoke to is accurate, and we're happy to have this filtered.
Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to the application? Not seeing any. Do I have a mover? Councillor Stewart.
Moved by Stewart, seconded by Grigg, that the Township of Zorra Committee of Adjustment approve application A13-25Z submitted by Justin and Sarah Benner for lands described as Part Lot 15, Concession 10, East Missouri, Part 1, RP-41R9825, and municipally known as 196517 19th line in the Township of Zorra, as it relates to 1. Relief from Section 5.1.1.3, Table 5.1.1.3, accessory use provisions to permit 1. An increased maximum height from 5.0 meters to 5.7 meters. 2. An increased maximum gross floor area from 170 square meters to 213.6 square meters. To facilitate the establishment of a detached accessory structure on a lot zone special rural residential RR21 zone in the Township of Zorra, subject to the following conditions: that the proposed relief shall only apply to an accessory structure of the approximate size and location as depicted on Plate 3 of Report CP 2025-202. 2. That the existing accessory structure as shown on Plate 3 of Report number CP 2025-202 be removed to the satisfaction of the Township.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So again, I would just suggest you follow up with either Spencer or Mike before proceeding, and then you're good to go. And back to Planner McDonald for minor variance application A14-25.
Thank you. The last application for minor variance today affects property located at 135 Sloan Drive here in Tempsford. And in this case, the applicant is seeking relief from the general provisions of the township zoning bylaw, more specifically, the general provision that relates to the parking of commercial motor vehicles or tractor trailers in a residential zone. So as shown on the plate and the image based on the site visit, there is an existing bus parked at this address. It did come through township via a complaint, and the applicant was given an opportunity to make submission for an application should they choose to attempt to keep the bus where it's currently located. So that's why the application is before committee at this time. As far as the appropriateness of the use, planning staff do not feel it's appropriate. This general provision is one that committee would not see very often in a minor variance for good reason. We tend to direct the parking of commercial vehicles and tractor trailers to areas outside of residential zones, specifically those within our settlement areas. I would just highlight that the numbers contained in the report kind of advise the committee of, the degree to which this vehicle is over what's currently the maximum as far as the weight permitted in a residential zone. As far as opportunities to locate it elsewhere, if it's a storage facility or otherwise, I would note that both rural residential and residential existing properties do have allowances for parking this type of vehicle on them. So that may be an opportunity for the applicant should they find somebody with one of those appropriately zoned properties to store or park the bus. The other thing I would highlight for committee in talking to the applicant and owner, there are plans to do some sort of renovations to this vehicle and make it such that it is not a commercial vehicle, perhaps more a recreation vehicle. Which is fine, the applicant's able to do that. However, at this current time, it is classified as a commercial vehicle, and therefore we don't feel it's appropriate to park in the residential zone. Regarding the 4 tests of a minor variance, we have to view this from the standpoint of, does it offend the county official plan? Is it in keeping with the general intent and nature of this township zoning bylaw? Is it minor in nature, and is it desirable? Planning staff do feel that it fails to meet 3 of those 4 tests. The official plan is relatively silent as far as the parking of a bus, but the other 3, we do think that this particular provision is in place for a good reason in the township zoning bylaw. We do not feel that it's minor in nature, the degree to which this vehicle is over the weight allowance allowed in residential zones. And thirdly, I would just suggest that it's not desirable or an appropriate use for the current location. As a result of circulation, we did receive a number of phone calls and emails just from neighboring residents and otherwise expressing their concern with the bus being parked there. 2 letters were sent in, both of which stated they wish to remain anonymous, but I can just read for committee quickly the context of what was received. Just saying that they're opposed to the application for 2 primary reasons. 1, the bus has been parked in the driveway for over 2 years and has not moved in the entirety of this period. It's not being used for commercial purposes. It's being used for nothing. This vehicle is unsightly. Given that it has not moved in 2 years, it would be reasonable to question whether it's licensed, insured, and or roadworthy. And the second point, the applicant has numerous other vehicles. The use of their driveway to park the bus necessitates them parking vehicles on Sloan Drive on an almost continuous basis. I understand the parking of these vehicles on the street is allowed under current bylaws with seasonal restrictions. However, the applicant has repeatedly, over the course of spring and summer, parked the truck, trailer, boat, etc. on the street for weeks at a time. They're concerned about sightline issues and other motorists and creating an overall safety hazard. Second letter echoed similar concerns, just saying that the bus is unsightly. They don't believe it's reasonable to have in place for the neighborhood, and the township of Zorra has very specific bylaws in place to dictate what types of vehicles can be parked in driveways, length of time, etc. And the majority of homeowners in Chelmsford take pride in their property. I think it's fair to say they do not want large vehicles like a bus parked permanently in their neighbor's driveway. So those were the letters that were received, and the calls that were received were similar as far as the context. I'm happy to take any questions that committee may have, and I believe the applicants are available to do the same.
Thank you. Questions from Committee of Adjustment for the planner on the report? Deputy Mayor.
So I think it's pretty clear in the report and in your presentation of it, but I just want to clarify. The the concern with the current bus is more in relation to the weight of the vehicle as opposed to the use of the vehicle. But even if the use of the vehicle were to change to recreational, it would have to additionally impact the weight of the vehicle in order for it to meet different requirements of our bylaw. And within recreation use, there are still restrictions. It could not be in the laneway through the winter months as well, right? Like the change of use to recreational would not permit it for year-round parking in the driveway with our current bylaw.
Through the chair to the question, that's correct. So should the applicants wish to proceed with converting this into a recreational vehicle and having it classified as such, there would be an opportunity to have it there, although it can only stay there based on the current provisions of the township bylaw from May to October in the driveway, and then after which time it needs to be parked inside or in a rear yard. So, I mean, that is something that they could explore, but just know those limitations remain in place even if it's converted to a different type of vehicle classification, such as recreational vehicle.
Any other questions for the planner? Not seeing any. Is the applicant here and do they wish to speak to their application? I would just say if you want to speak to it, I would like you to come up and turn on the mic so that everybody can hear. If you just hit the button, it'll turn red. Thank you. You can take a seat.
The bylaw officer was very helpful. He didn't really see an issue with the bus. He gave us a fine because there was a complaint about the bus. The bus is being turned into a dental hygiene clinic so that my wife can facilitate going to clean people's teeth at their homes. It has been taking some time to convert it to a dental hygiene clinic. And other than that, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Any questions from the committee for the applicant? Not seeing any. Thanks. Are there any members of the public here who wish to speak to the application? Not seeing any. Do I have a mover? Deputy Mayor.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stewart, that the Township of Zorra Committee of Adjustment not approve of application A1425Z submitted by Lisa Bolton for lands described as Lot 15, Plan 41M222, and municipally known as 135 Sloan Drive, Tempsford, in the Township of Zorra as it relates to relief from Section 5.19.1.4.2, commercial motor vehicles and tractor trailers in residential zones, to permit a commercial vehicle, school bus, with maximum weight of 5,600 kilograms to be parked on a property zoned special residential type 1 zone R1 through 9 in the village of Tempsford.
Is there any discussion? Deputy Mayor, then Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, I think I've had many complaints over the years in terms of bylaw infractions for vehicles parked in the wrong spots. My concern here isn't necessarily tied to the specific what could be the use of the bus, what the future plans are, but with permitting commercial motor vehicles and tractor trailers, as I know that to have negative impact on communities. So once that is in place, there's nothing to say that that's not a transport truck, that it's not idling at 3 a.m., and that it's not having the impact of on road safety of those types of vehicles in residential zone. Those zoning restrictions are in place to help keep residential zones as designed and intended to function. You know, leeway in terms of how long something is permitted, or if there's a renovation coming or whatnot, maybe. But to put this in place in a permanent position where we're allowing that kind of vehicle, It's not something that we want to encourage. It's something that we have a problem with ongoing, and so I cannot be in support of this. And the other piece is, even once it is completed, if there's a renovation completed and the use changes of the bus, that doesn't change that it still won't comply with our bylaws. So even if we were comfortable with a new use of the vehicle, it would still pose concerns in terms of parking, and alternate arrangements would still have to be made for winter months.
Councillor Mitchell.
I support the motion to not approve the application for the 3 reasons that are noted in the report. And I also am always concerned about setting precedents, and the bylaw is definitely about commercial vehicles, and although this is a small commercial vehicle, it does open the jar to parking of what could be larger vehicles. If it was short-term parking, for example, if this was a school bus being used as a school bus and the driver was parking it there between the morning and the afternoon shift, I would be more sympathetic towards the application, but it's not. It's been parked in the same location for, according to the planner, up to 2 years. I'm also not very sympathetic to applications where they are a result of a complaint being filed in one way or another, although I would give the applicant a bit of a break on this one because of the relatively small size of the vehicle. But overall, looking at the application, I'm not in support of approving it.
Anyone else? Yeah, I struggle with this one a little bit because you never want to say no to a person who's trying to do a reasonable thing, especially if they're trying to, get a business going. On the other hand, I think that the reasons that we have this bylaw in the first place are sound reasons. And then the question is, can you justify an exception? And I think that in this case where I struggle with justifying an exception is it won't be an exception. I'm confident that if we approve this exception over the next year or two, we would be inundated with similar exception requests, and there would be buses and trailers and trucks in, and again, the reasons to not allow that, I think, are still sound, and the report makes it clear. So I don't, if it was truly going to be one and temporary, I would say, what's the big deal? We can make that exception, but it won't be one and it won't be temporary. We would just get dozens more, I'm quite confident, over the next year or two, and I think the reasons that we don't want dozens more are sound. So I'm in support of the resolution, the motion to not approve. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And now we will not sit as Committee of Adjustment now, but back as Council. And back to the planner for zone change application ZN 5-24-14 and ZN 5-25-04.
Thank you. Through the mayor, the applications for zone change are coming to council as a result of a recent application passed a number of months ago by the county's Land Division Committee, whereby the subject lands were reconfigured. It was part of an agricultural lot addition. If the map is shown on the screen, you'll see that the area shown in green was enlarged by removing a section of a property previously or currently zoned A1, shown in red. So the red area has now been merged with the area in green, resulting in a larger farm parcel, which is now actually more in keeping with the minimum lot size. It will still be undersized at approximately 56 acres. So the amending bylaw will specify a special provision noting that it's a 56-acre A2 lot rather than the minimum 74. Similarly, the lot being retained, shown in blue, will have to go into the appropriate rural residential zone. It does appear to meet the provisions, so there's no specific relief being sought for that now rural residential property. As a result of circulation, there were no comments received from agency staff or otherwise. As I mentioned, this is just coming to council as a condition of a related application for consent. The applicant, I believe the applicant's agent is available via Zoom if there are any questions for her, and I'm happy to answer any questions should council have any.
Thank you. Questions for the planner from council on the report? Not seeing any. Does the applicant or the representative wish to speak to the application?
Thank you, council. I'm just here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Questions from council for the applicant? Not seeing any. Thank you. Are there any members of the public here who wish to speak to the application? Not seeing any, so we will continue on with the other two zone changes, then we'll come out of public meeting, and then we will hear the motions to deal with these applications. So then, given that there was no one else to speak to it, we'll move on to zone change application ZN 5-25-05.
Thank you. The application for a zone change before council affects lands on the 33rd line. And in this case, the application is being made for a zone change, and council may have questioned this because we've seen a number of similar applications requesting ARUs which have gone through a minor variance process, which is an appropriate process for ARUs on agricultural lots, both A1 and A2. The distinction here that I would highlight for council is just that this, in order to argue minor variance, you need to be able to justify that it's truly minor in nature. That would not be the case for this particular application, so the applicant was made aware of that, and we worked with Ron Murray, who is in attendance today, to fill in the complete application, the appropriate application, so that he can proceed with this here today. The application itself is to establish what would be an approximately 1,400 square foot detached ARU as shown on the plate, highlighted in green there, the green dot. And the property, it is somewhat of a unique property. It's an A1 limited agricultural property. However, it has not been used for agricultural purposes for numerous years. The applicant actually had myself and the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority staff there for a site visit, just to show us the site. It's grassed area north of the environmental features there, so it's not actually being cropped currently, so I do want to highlight that for council. The zone change is also required because the cap, as council is aware, is 50% of the GFA of the existing house or 1,500 square feet, whichever is lesser. In this case, the existing dwelling, this would be approximately 58% rather than the 50% should it be approved. So that's something that should council opt to approve this, we would actually have a provision in place that establishes that cap, as well as the relief being sought for the distance between the two dwellings. So that distance is generally capped at 30 meters. Applicants can apply for additional distances between those dwellings. In this case, Mr. Murray has applied to be approximately 120 meters away from the existing dwelling, just on the north side of the environmental features. As a result of circulation, there were no comments received from agency staff aside from the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority, who, as I mentioned, met with planning staff on site and Mr. Murray just to walk the site and assess the appropriateness of alternative locations. I would note that the existing, what I would call the front yard, just in front of the existing dwelling, would not be an appropriate location for the ARU. Historically, there was a pond there. Mr. Murray advised that there was a pond, and the Conservation Authority ecologist did note the presence of some wetland type species in that particular area. So that was kind of determined not to be a feasible location. However, there may be opportunities to be west in behind the existing dwelling, or to, as the report mentions, facilitate an addition onto the existing dwelling and have that function as an ARU. The other item I would note is just that typically when we're close to a main arterial like Perth-Oxford Road here, we do rely on comments from whether it's County Public Works or Township Public Works, depending on the road. So the Director of Public Services for the Township did conduct a site visit after Mr. Murray had a chance to stake out the proposed location for the future driveway. I would note for council that generally Township Public Works is satisfied with that location. We would have to confirm it prior to actual issuance of building permits should this be approved, but there is sufficient setback and there's not any sightline issues presented by the proposed driveway, which is approximately directly across from the existing one on the east side of 33rd line servicing that residence. I would also highlight that this application, given that it's in close proximity to Township per South, was circulated per South. I did not receive comment back. However, I did place a phone call to Perth County planning staff to speak to the planner for the Township of per South, just to ensure that they're aware of this, because this could have impacts on future or expanding livestock operations on the north side there of Perth Oxford Road. The planner was satisfied that, generally speaking, there's not a concern locally for them about this, as the livestock operations on the Perth County side are concentrated in the north end of those farm properties. We do note, however, in the report that anytime we permit a detached ARU, a new sensitive land use, it can have a negative impact on livestock operations. So should somebody wish to erect a barn west of this property, north of this property, south or east of this property, there could be a potential impact in the future that would negatively impact the agricultural community. Aside from that, I can appreciate why the applicant has chosen this location. I fully appreciate that, as did the Conservation Authority staff, who actually marked out the features that are there and provided Mr. Murray with the buffer that if he stays outside of, he would not require any additional environmental work. So he is aware of next steps depending on the outcome of this. However, based on the reasons outlined in the report, planning staff are not in a position to recommend approval of the application. I'm happy to take any questions, and Ron Murray is available to do the same.
Thank you. Questions from council for the planner on the report? Councilor Mitchell.
Yes, thanks, Spencer, and I think you pretty well answered my first question of why this is a zone change rather than a minor variance application, because there are multiple changes and significant changes that would be required to place this building where the applicant wants to put it, including construction of a new driveway. And if I'm off on that, please correct me.
Through the mayor, Councillor Mitchell is accurate on that. The planning staff do have the discretion to advise whether or not they want to process something as a minor variance or a zone change. And going from 30 meters to 120 meters, I'm fairly confident that most Oxford County planning staff would put the applicant through the zone change rather than the variance. Okay,
That was, when I first read the report, I thought this is a different process a little bit, and that answered that. Thank you. It was noted in the report that if this building was permitted, that it would be require development charges. So my question is, are all new houses in the township required to pay development charges except for ARUs, regardless of their zoning?
Through the mayor, with respect to development charges, so there is an exemption in place for ARUs where they do not have to pay development charges. However, that's only in place if they're meeting all of the established criteria outlined in the township zoning bylaw. So 5423, 5424, the sections that are in place, speaking to both attached and detached ARUs. Where they deviate from that, and where they deviate significantly and are not within the 30 meters and are not within the maximum permitted gross floor area, they are then subject to development charges. And I would just note that it's an important distinction, because the whole intention behind ARUs was to allow secondary housing, right? So if you have an existing house and you want to have a tiny home in your rear yard, that is what we viewed as being appropriate at the time. It's understood that has evolved, perhaps appropriately so, to meet various needs. But in this case, we do feel that there are other locations, perhaps west of the existing dwelling. But again, development charges just apply because it is not meeting the various criteria outlined for ARUs. And the applicant has been made aware of that.
And you just touched on my next question. If there is a possibility that this ARU could be built to the west or essentially in behind the existing building.
Through the mayor, generally we do believe that is the case. However, I can fully appreciate Mr. Murray's challenge with making that work after attending the site visit. It's just some properties are more hard-pressed to accommodate a detached ARU, and this may be one of those properties should his preferred location not be acceptable to council.
What impact on the MDS2 setbacks would locating the ARU on the proposed site have, given, and we can see it on the map there, that there is a rural residence on the north side of the Perth Oxford Road at the end of the 33rd line, which is essentially straight north of the proposed location.
Through the mayor to Councillor Mitchell's question, the only MDS implications would be for future expanding livestock operations or new livestock operations. As I mentioned, I did reach out to Perth South staff, and they're satisfied that they generally don't anticipate any livestock operations being immediately north of Perth Oxford Road within this vicinity, as they're more concentrated in the north end of those farms. Similarly, the dwellings and the other properties surrounding Mr. Murray's generally do not contain livestock operations. However, should they in the future propose a livestock operation, there could be an impact and perhaps a minor variance required in order to establish that livestock use.
Okay. And my last question is, do you know how many acres are north of the wetland on the property, and if it's being farmed in conjunction with the agricultural land immediately to the west?
Through the mayor to Councillor Mitchell's question, it's approximately 5 acres north of the identified features that Upper Thames and planning staff kind of walked with the applicant. It has not been farmed in numerous years. Mr. Murray may speak to that further. However, it's just a grassed area, and historically Mr. Murray and his family used it for recreation purposes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the planner on the report? Would this, if the ARU was approved, would it be connected to existing water and sewage and septic, or would it have its own additional water and septic?
The property would require its own well and septic system.
Any other questions for the planner? Is the applicant here, and do they wish to speak to their application? Do you wish to speak to your application?
Sure.
Yep. Just for questions? Sure. Any questions for the applicant from Councillor Mitchell?
I'm just wondering if there is potentially room to the west in behind the existing house to build an ARU without all these complications, why you don't want to put the building there. You would prefer to put it where the application states.
I'm just going to ask you to come up and take the chair and turn on the microphone so that you can hear on video. Thank you. Just hit the button, it'll turn red, and then you go.
Yes, actually behind my house I wouldn't be able to build it behind my house. There's, the way the lot line, the driveway runs straight up and dead ends to a 2-car garage, which is roughly 24 by 48. And then behind it, there's also another outsourced building, which is 18 by 24. And to the right of both those buildings is my septic system. Okay. And then behind it. So the only way for me to do it behind the house would be to actually go past 120 meters to the back cornfield, which obviously is just really not realistic, especially for trying to put services back there. So really, there's nowhere to do it behind, and there's nowhere to do it in front. And the spot that I do want to build it, it's just grass. It hasn't been farmed. I'm not sure if it ever has, but not in the last 50 years anyway.
Okay. Thanks for that explanation.
Any other questions for the applicant? Not seeing any. Thank you. Are there any members of the public here who wish to speak to the application? Not seeing any. All right, we will move on then to application for official plan amendment OP 25-06-5.
Thank you. The application for official plan amendment and zone change is coming before council to modify an existing site-specific medium density residential designation affecting lands located at 225 Dundas Street here in Chelmsford. The application, it's noted in the report that the subject lands currently have a medium density residential designation on them, which caps a permitted apartment building at 18 units. The application was made in order to advance the development, but to go from 18 units to 22 units. So as far as the policy change, the direction would be that it's simply one modification in that OPA text that would replace 18 with 22. The impact on zoning is different from a previous application heard in 2022 in that The application previously was proposing to locate the apartment building closer towards Dundas with parking in behind. Now that has changed, so the building is in the back with the parking in front. The zone change is also required because they are deficient on the parking. They're also deficient on the proposed amenity space and the lot area proposed for each individual unit. All of those details are highlighted in the report for council's consideration. I would just note that the applicant, in discussing with the applicant and his agent relative to parking, the building itself is going to be comprised of 2 studio units, which are very small units with a Murphy bed essentially that pulls out from the wall, very small apartment units. And then it's going to be comprised of the balance being 1-bedroom units and 2-bedroom units, 12 2-bedroom units, I believe, and 8 1-bedroom units and 2 studio units. As far as the parking, it's understood that they have 26 parking spaces for 22 units. And this is a challenge. Planning staff can appreciate the numerous comments that were received from members of the public, which I will note in a minute. But also when we look at parking, we do want to ensure that it's reasonable and it's feasible for people to, in areas like Tempsford and Embro, be able to get to the necessary places to, accommodate their everyday needs. We would note that for many of these units, if they're 1-bedroom units or a studio unit, maybe the individuals have a car, maybe they do not have a car. At some point, we need to, if we're going to intensify and meet our housing targets and our medium density development, which is currently in place on the subject lands, we do need to grapple with these kind of wicked planning problems such as parking. So I can fully appreciate that, and planning staff did assess this very thoroughly. I would note that we do feel it is appropriate to reduce from the 1.5 spaces to the 1.2. We do have, for another local example, we do have an apartment building in Embro. It's an 8-unit apartment building with site-specific zoning in place that caps it at 8 spaces. So 1 parking space for every apartment unit. At some point, I do think we need to put some trust in the people who are going to be future tenants of these buildings, that if it does not meet their needs and cannot accommodate the 1 or 2 vehicles they have, perhaps it's not the site for them. However, given the type of housing that this is, and it's so desperately needed, we are able to concede sometimes on items such as parking and amenity space. With respect to the amenity space, I would note that the property is ideally situated within the village of Tempsford. If you are to, walk to the several amenities that this village does have, they're all within close proximity to this location. And that was part of our justification back in 2022 to place them into the medium density residential designation. As far as comments received as a result of circulation, as I mentioned, there were comments that were coming in, primarily concerns related to parking. It's understood people drive in Tempsford, people have vehicles in Tempsford, and we can appreciate that. There was some concern noted from one resident in particular, and she drafted a letter to planning, just outlining her concerns. She is of the opinion that it's overdevelopment and perhaps too intense for the site. Whether or not that's reference to the 18 or the 22 units, not abundantly clear, but I would just note that the site is currently designated to accommodate the 18 units, so this application is seeking 4 additional units. Other comments were received from the members of the church across the street, again echoing concerns surrounding parking. I can appreciate that there could be some concern that once the building is erected, future tenants may, end up trying to park elsewhere off-site if they can't be accommodated on-site. So I can understand those concerns. Otherwise, there were no other comments received aside from the 2 or 3 that highlighted parking as the main thing, and also general safety concerns with respect to traffic. I would just note for council on the traffic end, the county has undertaken studies for traffic, particularly in the Tempsford corridor along Dundas. There's an open house coming up speaking to that very thing, and there will be changes made along Dundas commencing in 2026. Signalization, turning lane, there's a lot of work planned for this area to accommodate the growth that has been approved and that is anticipated for this village and beyond this village. That's just something to note for council, that those matters of safety, road safety and vehicular movement are understood, and the county is working to address those through the proposed improvements in 2026. Staff are supportive of the application here today. I would note we had numerous discussions with the applicant and his agent. Earlier in the process, they had debated, is 4 stories better than 3? They decided it was not. They've kept it at 3. However, they've changed the configuration. It's a slightly bigger footprint. But by doing that, they eliminate items such as shadow impacts from the surrounding areas, which is primarily lower height housing, like single detached dwellings. So this is kind of what they had thought was their best fit for the site, and planning staff in working with them tend to agree. The agent from Dillon Consulting did prepare a planning justification report speaking to all of these items. We generally concur with the findings that were presented in that report. I'm happy to take any questions on this, and I'm sure the applicant's agent is available on Zoom, available to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the planner on the report from council? Councillor Mitchell and then Deputy Mayor.
Keep an eye in each area to see who was going to put our arm on first. Some basic questions for the planner. The plan that we approved for Kingwood Drulo apartment buildings was for 1.5 parking spaces per unit, including visiting parking. Does the 1.2 spaces in this proposal include visiting parking?
Through the mayor, the other applications that we've dealt with for apartment buildings that may have been inclusive of visitor parking were unique to that site. This proposal is just 26 spaces, 22 units. There's no direction as to whether or not, though, 4 in excess of the number of units are for visitors or otherwise. In speaking with the applicant's agent, it's expected that the lease agreements themselves will either offer a parking space or not offer a parking space. So there may be a 2-bedroom unit that has 2 spaces allocated to it, and there may be a 2-bedroom unit where they do not require a parking space. So that is kind of the plan on the developers' end, to make sure they're on top of parking and not over allocating.
So you touched on my second question, was if there's 22 units and 26 parking, assuming that each unit got a parking space, my question was, how are the extra 4 ones handed out? But as you just alluded to, that would be up to site plan and the operation of the building and the various leases, how those limited number of parking spaces are allotted. And if have I got
Through the mayor, that's correct.
Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so there's no black and white at this point about how that will be handled. And my last question is, the county has noted that there would be widening of Dundas Street in front of the property to accommodate. Would that be to accommodate a turn lane, or is that for potential on-street parking?
Through the mayor, and the director of public services can correct me if I'm misunderstanding this, but my understanding is there will be a turning lane along Dundas. There will not be on-street parking.
Okay, that is good to put into the whole equation here. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
My question was pretty similar to Councillor Mitchell's in relation to the 26 parking spaces and how those are allocated. So mostly I am answered in my question. But further to the barrier-free parking. So if the intention is that through lease agreement, the division of the parking spaces will be allocated to the units, and there's no requirement for and no plans for visitor parking, do the 2 barrier-free parking spaces, if they are not the requirements of the residents, do those still count? Like, it's 26 units with 2 of them being barrier-free. So is there, in theory, is there potential that the 26 units may only be 24 in terms of allocation to space if there is no meeting the requirement for barrier-free parking by the residents who end up in the lease agreements?
Through the mayor, whether the accessible parking, the barrier-free parking is a requirement of the residents, the tenants who end up occupying the building were not, is not really within our discretion. It's the requirement is they must provide those two barrier-free so that they could accommodate those future tenants. So those have to be in place. That's non-negotiable, I would say. The applicant has shown that. Further preliminary drawings of the building itself have shown accessible units within the apartment building. So my general sense is that they fully expect on having residents who do require those spaces and will use them.
Councillor Stewart.
Just trying to get clarification along the same lines here. We're talking about certain things that are addressed at the site plan and other things that are an operational fix, we'll say. Is the restriction of, like, to me, having a condition in a lease agreement that says you're allotted one parking space, that manages the on-site parking itself, and should deter someone who has a situation where they, maybe require two vehicles, but they're only leasing one space from maybe entering into a lease agreement, because they'll constantly be wondering, how am I going to deal with that second space that I require? But is there a way of ensuring that operational fix is implemented through site plan? Can site plan specify that every parking, we can't restrict that through site plan, that we have to trust that that's purely an operational item, correct?
Through the mayor, that's generally correct. We can't get into that level of detail with the site plan and require a certain parking requirement beyond what the zoning bylaw requires. It's more something that we do anticipate would be addressed as a note on the registered site plan that would say, units 1 through 10 have these spaces, and these units may not have a space. It's more a detail they would provide us with, but from an enforceability standpoint, it's not something that we have jurisdiction over.
Any other questions for the planner on the report? Is the applicant here, and do they wish to speak their application?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'm just here to answer any questions.
Questions from council for the applicant? Councillor Mitchell.
Two questions to you about the general nature of the buildings. And first one's, what's the approximate square footage of the apartments would be in this building?
So there's a range of units being provided. We have 2 studio units that are ranging in 400 to 500 square feet. And the 1-bedroom units are between 500 and 600 square feet. And the 2-bedroom units, which make up the majority, are in the 700 to 800 square foot range.
And my other question is...
Sorry, I was going to say, to go back to what Spencer had mentioned, the goal for these are geared towards more empty nesters, not necessarily senior, but more empty nesters. A number of the units are accessible, and as well, if you look at the site plan, the parking stalls themselves range in width. So I believe the minimum required width for a parking stall is 2.5 meters. We're providing the majority of them at 2.7 meters with I think 4 spots at 3 meters. Again, to accommodate some of the potential future tenants requiring more space and accessibility.
And my other question is, can you reveal at this time the expected rental rates per unit?
I can get back to you on that. I'll connect with the owner. I know he had done a retail market study to evaluate what's appropriate for these size of units within this area. I'm not sure if that has been finalized, but that's something we can definitely get back to you on.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I will. Sorry, as I say, I will add. I know. Again, the goal with this is to provide a more affordable style of living. So it's not to be a luxurious high-end, high-rent rate. So,
Councillor Stewart.
Just to try and clarify one comment you made there, where you're sizing some of these spaces at 3 meters wide or 2.7 meters wide, understanding the proposed market that you're going to put these apartments out to, but if the minimum requirement is 2.5, if they were reduced to that minimum requirement, would you gain any additional parking on site?
Yeah, we'd like to be able to pick up probably 2 to 3 extra stalls.
Any other questions for the applicant? Spencer?
Through the mayor, not a question, just an item of clarification to Connor's point. So the township does require 2.7 meters, not 2.5. So the 3 meter spaces certainly are in excess of that, but I would suggest that the parking that's included in the report and assessed and being spoken to is the parking.
Thank you.
Thanks for clarifying, Spencer. My apologies. I thought it was 2.5.
Councillor Stewart?
Yeah, so we're looking at an application here 3 years after a previous one. And despite the need for housing as a major thing, you know, we're seeing very, very little movement in the construction market. Can you speak at all to the reason why this application is coming back with 4 more units? I work with a lot of clients in a separate capacity on pro formas and making it work for all the construction costs that are out there right now. But could you speak at all to the reason why this is coming back with a different mix in configuration and unit numbers?
Yeah, so I wasn't at the original council meeting back in 2022, but I believe it was brought up through members of council and potentially the mayor that they had asked that we explore opportunities to increase the number of units. So we did that through a couple different concept plans that we looked at with different parking configurations and increasing the height. But at the end of the day, we thought that the 3 stories was still suitable, and we through that process, my client had hired an architect that created the floor plates that found suitable square footage unit sizes. And we kind of maxed that out at 22 units. We didn't think that we could, get more in without increasing the height or having, impacts on the surrounding area. So this was what we believed was the highest and best use for the site that was still appropriate.
Any more questions for the applicant from council? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Are there any members of the public here who wish to speak to the application? I just ask you to come up and turn on the microphone. When it turns red, you're live. Can I also get you to just state your name for the record when you...
Brian Feeney. I live at 236 Dundas Street, Tensert, across from the proposed thing. My concern is the township snow removal in front of the place. Like when the roads are being cleaned in the wintertime, they take all the dirt and stuff and blow it on our front lawns. Now with the parking so close, are you going to be able to allow to blow snow on that particular property, or how are you going to get rid of it?
So in this specific case, it won't, on Dundas, it won't actually be the township. It'll be Oxford County plows that'll be plowing. And I don't know what the resulting width of this road allowance would be, but there's road allowance that people frequently consider to be their lawn, but it's actually road allowance, and it's specifically there for snow to be plowed onto as part of snow removal. So as to the specifics of how that would work and is there enough room or not, I can't speak to that level of detail, but this application was circulated to Oxford County Public Works for comment, and they provided no comment or concern with respect to that as far as I can tell.
Well, it's not Oxford County that does it. It's the township of Zorra does it with their sidewalk machine.
Oh, you mean for the sidewalk plow?
Well, no, they take the sidewalk plow comes along, the berm that the county puts on the edge of the road, they come along and they take and blow that past the sidewalk onto everybody's property. And over the years, I've been here 45 years on Dundas, and when it was MTO, they used to come along with loaders and trucks and do it. But, the cost of that is, substantial now,
Do you want to try and speak to that, Steve?
Sorry. Without knowing exact setbacks from the property line, it's hard to tell exactly how much space and frontage there is going to be. It's normal practice to keep it as close to the sidewalk. We don't try to push it too far back onto people's properties just to keep, we don't want to create issues. But I don't foresee an issue with this space here for sidewalk clearing.
And the other concern I had was that, do we have the fire capacity to be, does our fire department have a way of getting people out of the 3rd story? I know once you go up so high, you should have an aerial truck, and we don't have one for Zorra Township.
Who wants to try and take that?
We are always in discussion about that kind of stuff, and so what we can do is we have neighboring municipalities who have those kind of aerial trucks that will be able to assist us, because we do have agreements in place with our area municipalities to assist us when there is such big fires like those that come into play.
Do we have more than one? Like, is it just Ingersoll or?
There's a number of areas that would be able to assist us when it's called upon.
Because I was kind of concerned if it's just relying on Ingersoll and they had a fire and they needed the aerial truck too, like what happens, you know? And the other thing that I seen, my wife's pointed out to me, the county's got a meeting next Wednesday. They're talking turning lane on Dundas Street, but they're also talking 4 lanes, a possibility. And I'm like, if you're going to allow this building to happen and have to take property away from them, you're going to end up losing parking.
So, again, this application was circulated to Oxford County Public Works for input, and they did not, as far as I know, they did not have input specifically with respect to that. But I would encourage you to attend that public information session when it happens later this month. I can't remember what day it is, July? Next week. Yeah, I would encourage you to attend that. But Oxford County Public Works did have an opportunity to comment on this application with respect to that, and did not.
Yep, through the mayor, Oxford County Public Works was involved in this process. They provided comment. Their comment primarily just focused on the required functional servicing report that will come as part of the site plan approval for the property. There was no concerns noted with respect to setbacks from Dundas or snow plowing or otherwise.
And just so going back to the snow plowing and issue, what I see, because right beside me is a business. I don't know what kind of business they are, but they're counting, when their lane and stuff is plugged with snow, they use the church parking lot that's already plowed for the day while theirs gets plowed out. And I'm wondering if that's what's going to happen when this application goes through. You're going to have the tenants park over at the church parking lot while their lot's being plowed out. And I mean, I've seen the business beside me, their cars are there for 8 hours for the day, which, you know, shouldn't be. Like, you should be able to have your own parking for your own businesses and residents. So, that's all.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Mitchell.
If I can just, a quick note on, with my background in the fire service, these buildings are built with sprinkler systems and fire doors and various systems that our fire would address a fire on the 2nd or 3rd floor.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to the application? I'll just ask you to come up and hit the button, and when it turns red, you can talk, and start off with identifying yourself for the clerk.
Name's Chris Johnson, representing the St. John's Anglican Church. Only issue we have with the whole thing is the parking issue. And we know for a fact that when you're going to have 2-bedroom apartments, you're going to have 2 people in there. And in Temperature, most people drive. You pretty well have to. The one thing we're concerned about is the visitors parking in the church and people parking in the church. We will have it posted, no parking, if this occurs. Enforcing it might be challenging. We don't have a lot of parking, as you all know now. We have a small parking lot. And when the snow comes in winter, it gets even worse, especially last winter. That is our only concern. As far as apartment building is going, we're quite happy to see apartment building going in Temperature, but the parking, as we all know, it will be an issue with that many parking spots. But other than that, we're quite eager to see it. I did, Brian Freeney talked about the new proposal next Wednesday. We're going to come to that too for the new, what they're doing on Dundas. And if they decide to do some work on Dundas, definitely won't be any parking along the edge of Dundas Street for anybody from that apartment building. So they'll have to park somewhere, and the church will be a logical spot. So that's all I had to say.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public here who wish to speak to the application? Again, I'd ask you to come up, turn on the button so it turns red, and then identify yourself for the clerk.
That one, okay. Yeah,
Could I
I just like.
state your name? Could I get you to state your
Kathleen
name?
Shaper-Weir. I'd just like to comment about the, well, first of all, I find the statement that people in one-bedroom and studio apartments don't necessarily need a car as being ludicrous. Where are they going to, how are they going to go to get their groceries? How are they going to go to the doctor? How are they going to go downtown in Thamesford if they're older people without a car? You can't walk to Ingersoll to Tremblett's. You can't walk to Thorndale to your doctor. There are a whole lot of issues. We don't have a cab company. We don't have a bus service. We can't always depend upon neighbors to take us places. So there's that situation to consider. There was a case in Aylmer about 20 years ago where they put a building up right downtown on the main intersection, just south of it, and they had insufficient parking, and they were able to get it through past the council by saying we're going to be having seniors in this building so they don't drive cars. Well, they could walk to the dentist, they could walk to the doctor, they could walk across the corner to the Shoppers Drug Mart, they could walk to the grocery store, etc. They could walk to their churches. We can't do that here. This is a bedroom community, unfortunately. We don't have any of those amenities, so everyone in that building is probably going to have a car. The two-bedroom apartments are probably going to have 2 cars. I have nothing against the building. I think the building is a fantastic amenity that we need here in the village. The 3 stories doesn't bother me. I'm just really, really concerned about the parking issue. And we have a parking issue right here in Thamesford. On Middleton Street, this council has had to deal with people who have insufficient parking at their townhouses and have parked all the way down the streets, can't do it in the winter, and a year or so back, we're petitioning the council to build them or find them a parking lot. So the parking issue is a big one for me. The building isn't. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who would wish to speak to the application? Not seeing any. I have a motion to come out of the public meeting. Councillor Stewart.
Moved by Stewart, seconded by Gregg, that pursuant to the Planning Act, the public meeting be adjourned at 10:37 a.m. and the regular meeting of council be called back to order.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Now I have a motion to deal with zone change applications ZN 5-24-14 and ZN 5-25-04. Anyone?
Moved by Stewart, seconded by Gregg, that the Council of the Township of Zorra approve in principle the proposed zoning bylaw amendments to place the lands described as Part Lot 3, Concession 5, West Zorra, and municipally known as 395103, 39th line, and 395129, 39th line, Township of Zorra, into the rural residential RR zone and the special agricultural, general agricultural A2 special zone, respectively, to recognize their use as non-farm rural residential retained lands and agricultural severed and enlarged lands.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 6E, zone change applications ZN 5-25-05. Councillor Mitchell.
Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Finch, that the Council of the Township of Zorra approve in principle the zone change application submitted by Brenda Murray, whereby lands prescribed as Part Lot 36, Concession 2, West Zorra, in the Township of Zorra to be rezoned from Limited Agricultural A1 to Special Limited Agricultural Zone A1 to permit a detached additional residential unit, ARU, on the subject lands with a maximum distance between an ARU and a principal dwelling of 120 meters, 393.7 feet.
Councillor Mitchell, as the mover, do you wish to speak to that?
Yeah, this was a tough one when I first started looking at it. I'm usually in favor of bending the rules a little bit so people can do what they want with their property, but I was concerned that we were bending the rules so much on this one we were going to end up with a pretzel. But the more I got into it and the more information I got from Spencer, it led me to think that we should approve this. I think it's the most practical situation given the natural limitations and the size of the property. I'm not concerned with the MDS2 limitations because the location of the proposed location is directly south of a existing residential property on the other side of the road and in Perth South, and so I don't think that building this building is going to be a huge problem in that area. And the other issue is whether we're taking agricultural land out of production, and technically we are, but in reality we aren't. The applicant told us that that land has not been farmed as long as he can remember. And I think it kind of reminded me of the decision we made a while ago to expand the development property in the northwest corner of Thamesford, where we looked at what was already development property. There was, I think, 8 or 10 acres between there and a natural stream that was farmland. But when this property was developed, those 8 or 10 acres would not be a viable agricultural land. And I see a similarity here to this, that the natural elements involved here make that this is really the only viable place to put this this new building in. So that's why I'm moving that we approve the application.
Councillor Finch, were you the seconder? I missed, sorry, yeah. Do you wish to speak to the application? Anybody else? Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, when I looked at this application, I very much agree with everything in the planning report recommending to not approve. I'm heavily committed to the preservation of the farmland. I have, my track record on my voting is consistent in the placement of these ARUs and the impact on farmland. And I was shocked by myself reading through the application, thought I actually am in full support of the proposed location. This is, I think, a great property. It's unique in every sense of the word. It is undersized. It is not what we wouldn't create this parcel now. The way that the significant wetlands are splitting this parcel in half, the nature of the layout of it, and so because this is a rare instance where I'm in full support of the application in front of us today, and agree that the impact will not be what it is that we're hoping to prevent through the policy framework. So while I appreciate the analysis from planning, I also appreciate the nuanced information that we were able to get, and I will be in support of the motion before us.
Any other discussion? Councillor Stewart.
Yeah, I don't think I can support the motion, and it's not because I don't think it's a good location for it. I think I'm coming from a place of consistency in assessing these ARUs in especially our rural areas. And really what I'm thinking back to is, along with this application, thinking of previous applications where the feasibility of the location is being discussed. There was some discussion earlier about directly west of the existing, and understanding there's some non-natural barriers, being the existing septic and garage. Those are things that can be worked around at a cost, and it's not up to, I don't think it's up to council to determine when it's feasible to make the provisions of an ARU and the restrictions of an ARU work from a financial perspective. I think back to a previous application where an an applicant asked to build adjacent with a second laneway, very similar to this, on the outside of a tree line, into rural worked land instead of potential to be worked land. And we told them to build it behind, that the only location was behind, and the sacrifice there was that they'd have to change the location of a small garden or gardens and some trees, and then the view would be spoiled from the back of the existing house. So, like, the location is beautiful. I you know, whoever would be able to live there if this does go through is going to have a great property to live on if it does go through. But I'm coming from a place of consistency where I don't think it's our call to make whether, you know, turning up cutting down a couple of trees and turning up a garden, as opposed to relocating or coming up with a creative solution for a laneway to get to a space that is within the limits of the area restrictions is something a decision council should make.
Anyone else? I really want to support this, but for a lot of the reasons that Councillor Stewart said, and some additional ones, I don't know that I can. This is definitely an exceptional property, without a doubt. But sometimes the exceptionality of the property means, well, you make an exception to make the thing happen, but sometimes the exceptionality says it can't happen there. That's possible. Sometimes it just can't happen. And when I look at, you know, preservation of farmland, frankly, to me, it doesn't matter whether it has or hasn't been in production, or whether it's planned to be in production or not. It's zoned agricultural, and that's why we don't permit development on that land, is so that it can be in agricultural production. It's, you know, not up to me what that individual property owner, whether they plant in it or not. I've recently seen some property near me that hasn't been in agricultural production for probably 30 years, and it recently has been returned to agricultural production. But when I look at this sort of functionally and say what would actually happen here, there would be a second residential unit with a second driveway and a second well and a second septic system. That's just another residential property on the same property. If this came forward as permission for that, we would absolutely say no. Council has said no to those in the past. And I just think that for this location, again, with, you know, second driveway, second well, second septic, this is just another house on an agricultural property, and in any other circumstances we would say that can't be. So I think for a lot of the reasons that Councillor Stewart said, I think a lot of people would come forward and say, oh, I was never able to get a second house on my property before, but now I'll just call it an additional residential unit, and I'll ask for it to be far away, and I'll put in a separate well and a separate driveway and a separate septic system, and now I have a house. And I would have a hard time explaining to them why they can't have that. Because you know, potentially the exceptionality of this property is you can't have an ARU there. I'm a big fan of our ARU policies, and I'm really sympathetic that somebody probably really needs this. But I think we have sound policies for this, and I think it would be hard to justify that if somebody else came forward with something similar, that we would say no to that, because I think it's quite justifiable that the exception here is you can't make the ARU work on that other side of the property. If it can be made to work to the west of the existing house, then it can. And if it can't, then it can't. That's not up to me. That's up to the private property owner. So I will not be supporting the motion to approve the application. Anyone else before I call the question? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. So I would just suggest you follow up with Spencer and or CBO Hughes before you proceed, and they'll let you know, and then you're ready to go. Okay, thanks.
Moved by Stewart, second by Grigg, that the Council of the Township of Zorra advise County Council that the Township does not support the application for official plan amendment file OP 25-06-5 submitted by Jacob Hebert for the lands legally described as Part Lot 21, Concession 1, Township of Zorra, to amend the existing site-specific medium-density residential designation affecting the subject lands, specifically Section 6.2.3.2.3, to facilitate the development of a 3-story, 22-unit apartment building And further, that the Council of the Township of Zorra not approve the zone change application file number ZN5-22-03 submitted by Jacob Hebert for lands described as Part Lot 21, Concession 1, from rec zoning to residential type 3, special R3 13 to facilitate the proposed 3-story 22-unit apartment building.
Councillor Stewart, as the mover, do you wish to speak to that?
So I asked this question, and this may not have been the full answer provided by the applicant or the agent as to why we went from 18 to 22, but one of the reasons was because we were open to more. And of course, this council's been consistent in saying that we are open to further development, density in developments within our serviced villages. I think at 18 units, this is already a substantial development for us, and I don't think this application to increase it to 22, I think this further highlights some concerns of parking, and obviously we heard from residents on that as well. So it's great that the applicant, and I commend them for coming back with further units to support more housing. We're not saying no to housing here. We're saying no to 22 because it's just further exacerbating a potential problem with parking. And there was no other way, it looks like, to configure this in a way that the current parking requirements would be met. So that's the reason I'm not supporting.
I believe Deputy Mayor was the seconder.
Yeah, so I share the concerns voiced by residents and by Councillor Stewart in relation to the reduced parking. The infill project and the housing itself is very exciting. I went back and watched the council meeting from June 15th, 2022 to review that report, and then also the discussion at the time. At that time, they were looking for a deviation from the policy for the overall lot to be, instead of 150 meters squared per unit, a reduction to 130. This is now a reduction to 106. The amenity space, we have 65. At that time, they asked for 40, and at this time, they're asking for 34.6. And then for the parking, our requirement is 1.5 per unit. At the time in June, there was no reduction to parking requested, and now it is down for a request reduction to 1.18. So, we have seen what happens when we don't have enough parking. Even within the parking required in our bylaw, because of the current affordability crisis, there's added pressures in terms of making units making those rents and those mortgage payments. I would not be in support of us doing additional parking beyond that, because some of that is a temporary issue. The guidelines in our policy framework is intended to address the reasonable needs for parking on those sites. We still haven't quite figured out as a municipality how we are signing, managing, and enforcing some of the parking overflow that happens into other spaces that we are trying to not have it, but it's still happening on a daily basis, and it's something that I hear about frequently, and we haven't figured that one out yet. So I think the report sort of evaluates from a provincial standpoint and from the county as well as our Zorra lens, where it may be appropriate to have these reductions in order to achieve the priorities of all three levels that I just mentioned. And where I struggle is that with the reduced parking, Tempsford is growing rapidly, but we are not yet at a place where there are significant employment opportunities. There are no groceries. You can have access to cannabis and alcohol, no problem. You cannot get produce in the village. The services, while we're fortunate to have several services, we don't have significant services, and we do not have public transit. Based on recent public transit initiatives and proposals before previous council, there doesn't seem to be much that is currently functioning or getting the buy-in or funding in communities like ours at this time, and so I'm skeptical that public transit is on the near horizon. So, comment from the public was, you need a car, it's not like you can just get your neighbor to take you. And I would argue that sometimes you can get a neighbor to take you, and sometimes in communities like ours, we are able to help each other out in order to make things work. But I think because we're both looking at a significant reduction in parking, but also in that amenity space, there's significant documentation that social isolation happens in increased volumes in this type of housing. When you have a detached home, or even with the townhomes, there's connections made between neighbors that are more difficult to be facilitated in apartment-style housing. And so the amenity space is not just outdoors for some recreational usage, where you can, pop over to the park instead to kick that soccer ball around because it's not on site. It is also a natural social connection facilitator for people who reside in these units. And through those social connections, they may be able to then coordinate for transportation supports for each other. So because of both the reduction in amenity space and the reduction in parking, the impact, I think, is not only going to create parking concerns that will impact the church across the street and potentially other areas. My concern is also for the long-term impacts on the health of the community, which is in alignment with the types of comments I make on these types of things from this chair. So while this, this process, in terms of what I'm commenting on, I'm not looking at, how much can we do to address the housing crisis in this specific application. What I'm looking at is what they're looking to do, a minor departure in terms of impact in relation to the intention of the policy framework. And when I look at the policy framework for parking requirements and amenity space and what they're intended to achieve, I believe that these reductions, the impact on them is not minor in nature. And final statement, and looking really quickly around at some of our neighbors, parking requirements for this style of housing in the city of Woodstock, they have two different requirements. One within their city center, they require one parking unit per parking space per unit, where outside of their city center it is 1.5 spaces per unit. And while it's not clearly defined, I think it's evident that when you have access to public transportation, goods and services, that the needs for parking become a little bit lessened. And when you can do more with the housing and reducing parking, you're giving better opportunity for lower rental rates for those who are then able to live there, as long as they can then get to groceries, goods and services. And so because the nature of our community does not at current time have those, I am not comfortable supporting this.
Any other discussion? Councillor Mitchell.
I don't support the motion. I think we should approve this application. As the Deputy Mayor just alluded to, it was 3 years ago already since the original application came forward to build something on this property. In the meantime, there's nothing happened until today, and the housing situation has only gotten worse. I share the concerns expressed by the public, both today and in the emails I received, and the concerns expressed by the Deputy Mayor in our conversations about the parking issue. And I would have been in favor of deferring this application so that those issues can be addressed further, but I'm not willing to kill this project or delay it significantly by turning down this application today. It's not perfect, but the enemy of progress is often the seeking perfection, and I think that the housing situation requires that we get moving, and that we approve this application. So I'm not in favor of the motion on the floor.
Any other discussion? Councillor Finch.
I'm not in support of the motion on the floor. I can let you know that out in Embro, we have Cambro Court, and we have the apartments on Commissioner Street that, yes, they are smaller apartments, and yes, they do have limited parking spaces, but there isn't an issue with parking on the street at all. I feel that we do have a housing crisis, and we can't assume that these people have one or two vehicles, and we can't assume that they have none, but Over in Embro, I know at Cambro Court that there is many apartments with residents without vehicles, and they make do, whether it be with neighbors or Shoppers Drug Mart. We went through COVID where there's delivery services of food and medication. So I cannot support the application on the floor.
Anyone else? Deputy Mayor.
Just a quick question, procedurally. If we were to not support if we were to advise County Council that we do not support the OPA to increase the 18 units to 22 units, does the 18 units then still hold? Like, in terms of development, if we do not support the application to change the 18 units to 22 units, does that then nullify the previous application result of approving for 18 units?
Through the mayor, to the question on the floor, the application, currently 18 units are permitted. The application today seeks 22 units. That policy amendment is either supported or not supported locally, but the approval authority is the county. So the county will have the choice when it goes to them in September, whether or not to approve the 22 units.
So as it stands here, even if the 22 units were to be not supported here and not supported at the county, there's nothing that then would prevent 18 housing units that were supported by this council 3 years ago from being constructed and providing housing to address the crisis now?
Through the mayor, that's correct. The policy framework is in place to allow the 18 units.
Anyone else? I do not support the motion on the floor at all. Without a doubt, the application is imperfect, and the issues raised by residents around parking are very real. I would point out that our staff get complaints for developed parts of the village of Thamesford that have nothing but single-family homes on them as well. We have parking issues. There's parking issues, with people parking at the Embro Rec Center sometimes, where there's like tons of parking in that village. So I think that's real and it'll happen. It's absolutely not unique to this application. The application is not perfect, but rarely do we get an application that's perfect. We're always choosing which problems we have. And I think, at the risk of being offensive, the idea that we would prioritize providing a space for a car to park over providing a space for a person to live is really concerning to me. And we might say that in the village of Thamesford and the township of Zorra, homeless people aren't as big an issue. But we did have a woman living under the bridge in the village of Thamesford a couple years ago. The year before that, there was a couple of people living in a roofless, abandoned house on my gravel rural road in the township. Right now, there's 166 people in Oxford County. When I was first elected in 2014, there was probably less than 5 people in all of Oxford County experiencing homelessness. Right now, there's 166 willing to be on a list. If we're going to change that, if we're going to do different, if we want a different outcome, then we have to consider approving different things than the things that got us here. And if we continue to prioritize things like parking the way we have historically, then we're going to continue to say, we're not going to provide homes, we're going to prioritize making sure there's enough parking for everybody. And I can't do that. I can't do that. So I'm not saying that the parking concerns aren't real or that this application has no issues. The parking concerns are very real, and this application does have an issue. But if we don't do this, then what we're choosing to do is not add 4 more units. And while there's no planning impediment to them building the 18, there's no guarantee they're going to build the 18 or the 22. They haven't built the 18 for 3 years for a reason. I don't know what that reason is, but I'm betting it's because their business case works better if they build 22. 18, 22, frankly, if they said 25 and we lose 1 more parking space, I'd say, I'll take it. It's imperfect, but if we want a different outcome, we have to make different choices. And if we keep clinging to the same policies that we've had for 20 and 30 years, we will absolutely get exactly the same result, which is that people who are, seniors that are overhoused in Zorra Township that want to stay in their community but move out of their house don't have anywhere to move to. but this is where they can move to. Children in our community who are 18, 19, 20, 21, who want to move out of their childhood bedroom but don't have anywhere to move to other than a single family home and a $800,000-900,000 mortgage, don't have anywhere to move to, but they could move in here. And I think so I think this is not an easy one to choose to do, but if we want to change the outcomes for people in our community, I think we have to choose to do this. And I'm pretty confident that a significant percentage of those 22 units, if approved, will be filled by people that are already living in this village who will choose to move into it. And some will have one car, and some will have two cars, and some will have three. And there's some people living in a single family home in this village right now with 3 bedrooms and 5 cars in the driveway, parked down the street because the driveway is full of not cars. So for me, cannot support this application, this motion on the floor to turn down the application. I could be convinced to support a deferral if the deferral also required that the applicant consider a formal approval, affordable housing proposal with the county, but otherwise I would approve the application that we have in front of us as is. Anyone else before I call the question? Councillor Stewart.
Yeah, so I think healthy discussion here. So I just want to put some perspective on some of your comments that when at least the motion on the floor is saying no to this application and sacrificing potentially 4 units, it's not at the expense of, it's not because there's an intent to, in my view anyways, chase perfection. We're being asked to look at, as council, the balance between what we can do and what we have in front of us. And I think even at 18 units, there is the concerns that have been raised that everybody seems to be in agreement of with respect to parking, both council and residents, are still going to be there. There's still going to be a potential issue with parking, just like we see on Milton. So this is not an attempt to chase perfection at all, and it's not a motion to kill housing opportunities within the township at all. And there's this tough balance that we need to strike, obviously, looking at what 4 additional units could mean to us, with what we also will have to manage downstream, and that is potential parking issues.
Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is defeated. I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break, come back at 11:20. 11:21, I'll call the meeting back to order, and we are still dealing with planning application, application for official plan amendment OP 25-06-5. Do I have a mover to deal with this application? Councillor Mitchell.
Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Finch, that the Council of the Township of Zorra advises County Council that the Township supports the application for official plan amendment file number OP 25-06-5 submitted by Jacob Hebert for the lands legally described as Part Lot 21, Concession 1, Township of Zorra, to amend the existing site-specific medium-density residential designation affecting the subject land, specifically Section 6.2.3.2.3, to facilitate the development of a 3-story 22-unit apartment building, and further that the Council of the Township of Zorra approves in principle the zone change application file number ZN5-22-03 submitted by Jacob Hebert for lands described as Part Lot 21, Concession 1, from recreation zone to residential type 3 zone, special R3-13, to facilitate the proposed 3-story 22-unit apartment building inclusive of 3 affordable units.
Councillor Mitchell is the mover. Do you wish to speak to that?
Nothing really to add to the further discussion. In discussion with my colleagues, we feel that a deferral would not accomplish anything at this time other than to further delay the project. And I think moving ahead with this project is an important thing that should be done. And in spite of the concerns that have been raised, that we should approve this motion.
Councillor Finch is the seconder. Any other discussion? Deputy Mayor.
I have a question for the mover in relation to the inclusive of 3 affordable units. Do we have, so that then becomes a requirement within the zoning. Do we have confirmation from the applicant that this is something that they're committed to including? And do we know if this has additional impact on timeline for construction that would create further barrier from achieving residential units?
Personally, I don't know. I'll transfer that to either the planner or the mayor to give some insight on that part of it.
Planner?
Yes, through the mayor. So I did have conversations with the owner and his applicant, who's available online, specifically regarding including affordable units within this development, should that be a potential direction that council wanted to take this. And he has agreed verbally to committing to including 3 affordable units. And when we say affordable units, those are actually registered on the title of the property for a period of 25 years, rented at below market rate, enforceable via an agreement through the county as well, so the county maintains oversight over that. And as a result of doing that, the benefit to one of the benefits to the owner is actually he gets a reduction or elimination of development charges, as well as potential rebate from his official plan amendment application fee. So I'll let Connor Wilkes speak to that further if he wishes to. However, we did have those conversations, and we've engaged the necessary county staff as well to address this.
I'm actually not going to let him speak to this, because I think if there was a member of the public here for this at this point, I wouldn't let them speak to it, because we had the public portion already. Not saying I don't want to hear what he has to say. I personally really do want to hear what he has to say, but I think we've gone through the public meeting portion of the meeting, and I want to be respectful of people who were here for that and are not here for it now, because that part happened. So, Councilor Mitchell.
So based on the information that Spencer just, I see this as similar to what many other municipalities have done, where we do a trade-off with the developer. We'll let you build more units, therefore get more income and make your project more financially viable. In return, you include some affordable units in, and I think that's totally in line with what other municipalities have done and what we should do.
Any other discussion? Deputy Mayor.
Just to follow up, sorry. So, assuming from those conversations, appetite to do this, benefit, whatever, do we know if there's then additional timeline added in order to facilitate that added line of including the 3 affordable units? Does that mean that to go through registering on title and the programs and the paperwork, does that create a longer wait time for the project to be able to proceed? Because if if we're concerned about timelines in housing, I wouldn't want to be putting things in there that are going to make this a longer process that's harder to achieve if that's not what it is that council's motivation is.
Through the mayor to the question, there was no indication from Rebecca Smith at the county regarding additional timelines should this be a direction of council and ends up becoming part of the resolution that's passed. The processes can run concurrently, so the applicant, I mean, he's still required to go get his approval through county council, which would happen in September. There's an appeal period after that. There's then the site plan process. There's a functional servicing requirement that he needs to satisfy county public works and local public works on. So there are numerous steps before, you know, you'll see shovels in the ground. I don't anticipate that adding the affordable component would further delay any of that.
Any other discussion? All is in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And then per the amended agenda, we're going to move on to item 14A.
Okay, so just to repeat what Mayor Ryan said, we have amended our agenda to move item 14A, notices of motion, up to following the planning applications. So Mayor Ryan, do you have a motion?
Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mitchell. Whereas the Minister of Education introduced the Supporting Children and Students Act 2025 that will in part review the governance of Ontario school boards, and whereas the Ministry of Education has appointed a supervisor for the Thames Valley District School Board, TVDSB, to supervise all financial and operational decisions, review the board's finances and executive pay practices, assess the board's financial operations and the reasons for its deteriorating financial position, identify capital assets for disposition, and recommend if control of the school board should be vested in the Ministry of Education, and whereas area municipalities collect property taxes on behalf of the Province of Ontario Ministry of Education that is then reallocated in part to the TVDSB to be spent in our communities, and whereas Zorra Township communities are served by the education services provided by the TVDSB, and whereas the schools in our communities also provide a broader impact than education alone, and whereas Zorra Township communities have historically struggled to have a constructive relationship with the TVDSB, therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Zorra supports the work of the appointed supervisor and the Minister of Education in reviewing the governance of the TVDSB, and that alternate structures be considered to more effectively and efficiently serve the students and communities of Zorra Township, and that this resolution be forwarded to all TVDSB municipalities requesting support.
As the mover of your motion, would you like to speak to it?
I would. Thank you, through the mayor. The deputy mayor. You know, perhaps unsurprising to many of you that I've brought this forward. The reason that I first got involved in municipal government was that the TVDSB wanted to close my children's school, and I got involved in that, and one thing led to another, and here I am now. But I think that when I look back on a lot of the things that our communities and this council have struggled with the TVDSB, a lot of the time residents have contacted me because they know that I generally shared their frustrations, and I've pointed out to them that yes, sometimes the board isn't always making the best choices that we would like them to make, but a lot of the time they're making those choices because of the way they are funded, because of the way they are governed by the Education Act. Those things need to change if you want the outcomes to change. And when I first started thinking through what the minister was doing here a few months ago, I looked back through my records and found where I had written in my role as mayor, I had written to the previous minister, well, two previous ministers of education, requesting that they appoint a supervisor to the school board because things were so out of control. If you remember, that was, I went to speak to the school board about that at the time, and that was when I got red carded and my delegation cut off. So I think that people who've been following the school board for a long time, who've had interactions with the school board, have really had a lot of struggles where they not only that they have issues, people come here, they have issues with the Township of Zorra, but they have not been able to get their issues resolved. The decisions are still being made that are leading to these problems. And when you look, for instance, at some of the financial situation of the Tavistock School Board, where they some of the contributors to this are the large number of empty pupil places that are in the City of London, not in Oxford, Elgin, or Middlesex anymore, because they closed so many schools in Oxford, Elgin, and Middlesex. Why in Oxford, Elgin, and Middlesex and not in the City of London? So I think that our communities, we have struggled over the last decade to get to the place where we have a kind of a partnership that we do that's going to provide a school in a large development in the village of Thamesford. But I will also let council know that I had asked staff to arrange a meeting with the supervisor and the acting director of education, and the meeting was set up because staff, of course, did their job and did that, and they agreed to come. And then over the last week, that all fell apart, and both the supervisor and the acting director said they would not, in fact, come to the meeting. They said it was operational, everything going along with the school was just fine, no need for the meeting. And I said, well, as the mayor and as the warden, I think that we do need to meet, and we, as the people, ultimate decision makers, representatives of our respective bodies collecting tax dollars to deliver services, we should agree face to face that we are still on the same page, we're still giving consistent direction to our staff, and that there's no obstacles, and that if obstacles come up, we'll agree to resolve those in the interest of making the project happen. That meeting's scheduled for tomorrow, and staff got final official notification yesterday that the acting director will not be attending. So I think that while we're probably still going to achieve something amazing for our community that I frankly could not have imagined a decade ago, there are still fundamental issues with this. And there are fundamental issues with how schools are governed and financed. There's about a 19-point-something billion backlog in infrastructure in Ontario for schools. And one of my main worries is there is only one taxpayer, whether it's covered through the education portion of the property tax bill, the municipal portion of the property tax bill, income tax, sales tax. There's 19-point-something billion backlog in school infrastructure in this province. And to be clear, that's school infrastructure where our children go to school every day. And my biggest worry is I don't want somebody to just cut a check to do that without changing the governance that got us to a 19-point-something billion infrastructure backlog. So I think there's a way here that we need to provide, in some ways you could read this, and this is absolutely intentional on my part, that in some ways this is toothless. It doesn't make any specific recommendations other than that we support you in looking at this. But I think in conversations I've had with local MPPs and ministers, I think there is an appetite from them to have some political support from municipalities to say, yeah, we actually want you to look at this. We think our communities and our children could be better served by reviewing how schools are governed. So really that is the intent of this, is that this council formally say, we support reviewing that. It's not specific as to what that might look like, what it might not look like, but that we support the general idea that school board governance should be reviewed to better serve our communities.
Councillor Mitchell?
The mayor and I don't always agree on everything, but we do agree on this solidly. And I certainly don't have the same intimate knowledge and history that Marcus has with the Thames Valley District School Board. It's been almost 2 decades since my kids were in the Thames Valley system. But I have watched from a distance what's going on with this board, and I think that the 2 current representatives that Oxford County are better than any that we've had for many, many years. But they're handcuffed because there are 6 members of the boards representing the City of London. There are 6 members of the board represent the entire Oxford County, Elgin County, and Middlesex County. So, and not only are they essentially a minority on the board, even though the numbers are the same, all appearances are that the board is run by the bureaucracy as opposed by the trustees. And from what's happened most recently and the tremendous shortage in their budget, the bureaucracy is not doing a very good job of running it, especially financially. And from what I hear of talking to people that do have children in the system, they're not doing a great job in a lot of other ways too. To have the dubious distinction that to be the first school board in Ontario to be taken over by the Ministry of Education ahead of some really strange things that go on in Toronto school boards and Ottawa Carleton. That's a pretty dubious thing to have and not really something to be proud of. I think that I would not be surprised to see legislation brought forward by the province to eliminate the school board system. Maybe not before the next municipal election, but I definitely think it's coming before the next provincial election. And I think the revelations that were going to come out of the further investigations in the Thames Valley School Board and these other school boards are going to play a big role in whether that that legislation comes through and what form it takes. And I think anything we can do, even if it's a toothless motion, to support that work is worthwhile supporting. So that's why I agreed to, although education is certainly not in my comfort room zone as far as having to be real knowledgeable about it, but I do know enough about it that there's some rotten things going on here, so that's why I agreed to second the motion.
Any other comments? No? So, while this motion may be, you've classified as toothless, I think it does serve a significant function. And in this process of the takeover, that removal of trustee involvement is required for this review, but it has temporarily removed local voice. And I think while local voice is not participating in this discussion, this type of statement from Zorra is a different form of local voice about what the impact has been for us in terms of education delivery in the community that we play a role in as well. I think the public is well aware of the scandal that hit the news, that sort of, I think, publicly started some awareness around some of this dysfunction. But a lot of the issues were going on for quite some time behind the scenes, and I think, Mayor Ryan is well aware of those and has been tracking them and advocating for those for quite some time. And I think the patience and perseverance and dedication that Mayor Ryan, Zorra Council, and Community Schools Alliance has remained diligent on this has been important, because we are now at a place where I think both the public is aware that there's an issue, and more importantly, the provincial government is not only acknowledging but addressing that there needs to be a thorough investigation into not only how to rectify individual problems, but sort of that broader systemic piece. So I will be in full support of this motion. I share a similar background in terms of what brought me to municipal government in the first place, being advocating for local schools. And so, this absolutely aligns with everything that I've experienced and learned along the way. And I think that, contributing our openness and encouragement for that governance structure to really be the target of how we look at how we can move forward. I am confident that this is the key piece, so that we don't find ourselves back in the same situation with school board scandal, and ultimately at the end of the day, it's impacting what's happening in our classes and what our students are accessing. So are you okay with me calling the vote without rereading the motion? That's okay? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, in light that it's already 20 to 12 and the Deputy Mayor has indicated that she needs to leave at 12:30 for another obligation, I would ask that the Council agrees to move agenda items 9.4C, which is the Green Development Policy, and 9.4D, the Living Wage Network report, that we do those now. I have extensive comments and questions on those issues that I would like to deal with while the deputy mayor is still here.
If I don't see any objection from the rest of council on it, I'm perfectly willing to entertain that. So we will do that then.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
We've done it before. Not a problem. I want to say actually that at the risk of sounding patronizing, I commend you for that. Because, you know, there must have been some, I anticipate that you may not agree entirely on this issue, and you could have said, no, we'll do it after she leaves. So I think, anyway, I'll leave it there. So we'll go ahead then to 9.4C, Report 2025-074 from the Strategic Initiatives Coordinator regarding a Green Development Standards Policy, and I will turn it over to Coordinator Sukraj to highlight whatever you would like for council before I ask them for questions.
Good morning. Thank you. This report is a culmination of the current research from countless public and private organizations, as well as best practices and common trends from many municipalities, both within Ontario and across Canada. Many larger municipalities have individual plans or full departments dedicated to their green fleet, green building standards, and other green initiatives. However, at the stage of the growth process and development that we are in now, having one guiding document feels most appropriate and manageable. With the impressive and meaningful work that Zorra Township has done with its emphasis on sustainable development, clean energy, and environmental consciousness, this policy is merely putting in writing what we have done, are doing, and are planning to do. Thank you for your consideration of this policy, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from council on the report? Do I have a mover? Councillor Stewart.
Moved by Stewart, second by Finch, that council approve and adopt the Green Development Standards Policy attached to Report 2025-074, and that council direct staff to implement the policy in future planning decisions.
Councillor Stewart, as the mover, do you wish to speak to that?
Well, I think the second part of this talks about implementing the policy in future planning decisions, but we're already doing that in a lot of ways. And I think what stands out to me is that this policy is a guiding policy. It's a lens to be reviewing procurement initiatives and other items. It's not, in many ways, it's not binding us to make decisions that may or may not have negative impacts on financial related matters. So it's which is, I think, a good thing. I think we have to always, again, find a balance between a policy that is very restrictive in nature and one that is more creating guidelines that are matching our own strategic plan, for example. And again, I think this is really just, as Jacob said, documenting what we're already doing to a certain degree.
Deputy Mayor is the seconder. Sorry. Councillor Finch is the seconder. Apologies. Any other discussion? Councillor Mitchell.
I read over this and I came up with two lists. And not only about the report and the policy, but the underlying information and initiatives behind it. One list was things I agree with, and one list is things I disagree with. The first thing I agree with is that the climate is changing. Springs seem to be getting a little bit later by a couple of weeks in my lifetime, and but the first killer frost in the fall seems to be about a month later. So the result for farmers is that we have more heat units, longer growing season, and contributing to higher yields. The second thing I agree with is, and I'll quote from the report, was a policy will significantly aid in making us an environmentally and financially sustainable community. I always agree when we're working on things, a policy is the way to go. Have it in writing, know where we're going, not hodgepodge, put things together. The third thing is I agree with very much of the wording of what was in the policy. It's very well written. And I picked out some examples on page 6, and these are direct quotes. Endeavor to buy environmentally preferable goods and services where value for money is demonstrated. Also on page 6, new energy projects and upgrades to buildings require a pre- and post-renovation energy evaluation. On page 7, use of recycled processes for road building and resurfacing. Retrofits, and picked out some key phrases here. Improve energy and water efficiency, reduce the amount of energy required when resources allowed. And on page 10, it talks about staff driver training and anti-idling policy, all good things. And my last thing that I agreed with, that township should use technologies and procedures that have less negative impact on the environment if these technologies are commercially available and financially justifiable. Now, literally on the other side of the page are things that I disagree with, and I realize that my comments may change the climate in this room. First thing is, I don't agree that the world is facing a climate crisis. I've been around long enough that I've been through a lot of crises. The nuclear arms race, the oil crisis, the worldwide famine, acid rain, Y2K, and multiple financial crises over the year. And all of these crises have caused a lot of anxiety and in a lot of cases, and varying degrees of harm to different people. But none of them have turned out to be the end of the world crisis that the so-called experts predicted. The second point is that I don't agree the world will be uninhabitable if net zero isn't achieved by 2050 or whenever the latest doomsday prediction comes through. One of my goals in life is to live to be 92 years old, so I'm around in 2050. I want to know if the world really does end then. And my third thing is that I don't agree that Zorra Township has anything more than a symbolic impact on climate change. And I think we would have just as much or more impact if we were to lobby the federal government to make it feasible for us to sell liquefied natural gas to China and India and other places in the world where they burn incredible amounts of coal and do contribute huge amounts to the climate change. And I'm going to touch the Holy Grail in this last one. I don't agree with the infatuation with electric vehicles and charging stations. And we can argue all day whether EVs are more environmentally friendly than internal combustion engines. From everything I've read about them on both sides of the issue is when you consider the whole life cycle of an EV, from mining the minerals that go into the battery to the production to the operation to the disposal, that they are not all that much better than the latest internal combustion engines. I don't agree that government should, we could argue all day too as whether government should mandate and subsidize the transition of the most basic of technologies, the motor vehicle. If you go back 125 years, other than potentially the computer, the motor vehicle has done more to change our lifestyle and our way of lives than any other technology that's ever been invented. And I believe people should be allowed to adopt new technologies the same way that they've adopted new technologies since the invention of the wheel, which is they adopt it because it makes their lives better, not because it's mandated by some bureaucrats or government. And we can argue also whether government should spend tax dollars to provide charging stations rather than relying on the supply and demand to bring in that infrastructure. If there was a demand for charging stations, gas stations would be putting them in. We just spent a great deal of time about a new apartment building. There was no mention of charging stations being put in there. So I don't think we should be spending our tax dollars on that kind of expenditures. I believe that government spending should reflect the spending priorities of the taxpayers, and at this point, EVs don't. EV sales are less than 10% currently in the market, and all major auto producers are delaying or reducing their EV programs, and several EV startup companies have gone bankrupt. And I did some research, I've been doing some research locally about the EVs and charging station usage. We've had a charging station in Embro for about 8 or 9 years. I checked it last year. The weeds and the grass are growing up through the gravel parking lot. So if people were using it, that wouldn't be happening. When we moved into this facility, I got the habit of each meeting, I would walk around and see how many electric vehicles there were in the parking lot. And there were 25 to 30 cars, of which 2 were EVs. 1 belonged to our former CAO. And since the charging stations were put in, I do the same thing, only I just check to see how many vehicles are being charged. And so far, I haven't seen any of ours, and I haven't seen any over at the library. So residents aren't spending their money on EVs, and I don't believe we should be spending their money on EVs. And the last point is the Zorra's commitment to 100% renewable energy. It was by 2040. It was a motion passed in September 2015, which is 10 years ago already. It was included in the strategic plan for the previous council. It has not been included specifically in the council strategic plan. That motion impacted my vote a great deal when it came to voting on the green energy option for the ZMF. And I think it's a noble goal to reduce our impact on the environment, but I think it's to say that we're going to be net zero in another 15 years is an impractical goal. I don't think the technology exists. It's still being developed on a commercial scale, and it's not a priority for residents and shouldn't be a priority for this council. I realize my comments are in a minority, and I've also noted that you could hear a pin drop in the room right now. But I, in good conscience, can't vote to support this motion for the reasons that I just elucidated.
Any other discussion? Deputy Mayor Green.
Thanks for pulling this forward and giving me an opportunity to respond. I'm not going to lean into sort of, my personal assessment of what information I've been exposed to, my understanding of sort of what our role is in terms of these, is climate change real? I'm not interested in getting into that. But in terms of the policy framework itself, I think what I am excited about with this policy is that it is not heavily detailed and prescriptive, and that it does give, we, as Councillor Mitchell referenced, the commitment that was made in 2015 on behalf of Zorra, but outside of that, there really wasn't much guidance to create transparency for expectation from staff and council in terms of how to make any advancements. And so I think in the past, we've sort of had, if it was on the radar of staff or a member of council asking when we're building the Zorra maintenance facility, what about this renewable energy sourcing? Without those questions, we then didn't have anything that sort of provided the framework for that work to make those considerations. And so what I like about this policy is it's the framework that is clear on where those considerations will be made and how they'll be brought forward. When I reference back to that maintenance facility consideration for alternate energy sourcing, staff did incredible work at the direction of council to cost out what that upfront investment would be and what the cost savings could be over the life cycle of that building. And at the end of the day, we may have supported it for different reasons that aligned or didn't align with our personal values, but the business case was clear that whether climate change is real or you're committed to reducing emissions or not, the business case was clear that there was cost savings and stability for the taxation of the future of the residents of Zorra, and that made it a really easy decision for us. So when I looked at this policy, what I was excited to see was that a lot of what's written in here doesn't say green above all, it says green consideration. And often in here, I think a lot of the benefit isn't even really environmental at the forefront. It's actually cost savings, it's efficiencies, and I would also suggest the health of our staff. If we're idling vehicles, we know not to stand at an exhaust pipe for a reason, so if we think that's okay for the rest of our living planet, I don't understand how we would think that possibly, but at the very least, If we are idling vehicles and our staff are working around those vehicles, that is not good for their health. That is a health and safety issue. So some of what's written in here, while it may be the green development standard may be at the forefront of what's leading the policy framework in the consideration, I think it gives staff and council all of the space to still put the wide scope of needs of the municipality, both today and into the future, in our decision making. We are so limited in our tax space as a small rural municipality. We don't have big industrial commercial development funding the things we do. So we really do scrutinize all these little decisions, all the individual pieces. And so, you know, my comfort with this policy is that does not take that away from us. It does not commit us to purchasing things. It just is providing that clarity on, you know, if we're going to meet these goals that we've committed to, what does that actually look like? And here it is as a framework, and in 2 years, we'll be revisiting the policy.
Anyone else? Councillor Stewart.
Yeah, so I think I started by saying that the policy is very much a guiding policy without any, with more of a focus versus any requirements. There are a few things in here that, and I'm sure this is where some of Councillor Mitchell's concerns are coming from, where they do set it in policy that it is a requirement, namely the future purchases of fleet vehicles, half-ton or less, any new buildings requiring an electric charger. So I think, now mind you, that the fleet vehicle one is not limited to purely electric. There's options for hybrid, there's options for natural gas. So I think there is still some flexibility there. So I think how small those items are in comparison to all the other focuses of this, and I'll highlight the one comment made under the buildings, that buildings versus fleet, and I don't have the data to back this up, but it's in this report, the buildings being the largest contributor to our emissions and environmental impact. And then it goes on to talk about all the things we should be thinking about doing when it comes to procurement for new builds or retrofitting existing builds. I think to throw all that away for a few requirements that are front and center related to electric vehicle charging is not a good idea. And to Councillor Deputy Mayor Griggs' comments, while the jury is still out to some degree on things like electric vehicles, I think there's opportunity to amend a policy in the future.
Anyone else? Councillor Finch.
I thank you, Jacob, for bringing this forward. I think while we sit in these seats, we only have, what, a year and a half left before our seats could change. And part of our position sitting here is making policies that are going to last beyond the time that we're sitting in these seats. So I thank you for bringing this forward, and I agree with it wholeheartedly.
Anyone else? I could hardly love this policy more. I think for all the reasons that Councillor Stewart and the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Finch said, I think it's the right way to implement policy, broad in what it's attempting to achieve, guiding what other departments do that may be related to this, but may not be immediately obvious to each department that it is. And as Councillor Stewart made clear, you know, in most cases, guiding as opposed to restricting or requiring. I think, you know, there, as I said before in the planning application, there's little things in here that if it was solely up to me, that I would tweak or I would change. But I'm not the king of Zorra. I'm just the mayor of Zorra. And until there's strong mayors, I'm just one of 5 members of this council, and it's not up to me in every way that it would be. I'm not going to debate whether, you know, climate change is real or not, or whether anybody can, you know, who can and can't, and who should or shouldn't try and make an impact on it. Other than to say, I think that, you know, without a doubt, Zorra Township, or me personally, makes a very small impact, positive or negative, on climate change. But the same could be said of lots of other things in the world too, right? Like we consider planning applications here and we say, well, we're not going to approve this one because it's not good land use planning, even though it might be for 1/8 of an acre, which is insignificant. So what's the big deal? We should just let it happen, right? But an eighth of an acre by an eighth of an acre by an eighth of an acre, all of a sudden you're talking significant land. So I think every one of us, every institution, every organization, every individual can do good or bad, and I think when we have the opportunity to do good, we should, morally. With respect to EVs, I would say we have evidence about, regardless of the points about, standing by a tailpipe and inhaling that, there is another local municipality that has had some electric vehicles for over 9 years, and those electric vehicles are lasting longer than the internal combustion, the ICE engine vehicles that they replaced, and over their entire life cycle are costing less. So regardless of their greenness or their environmental initiatives or the intention of purchasing them, they're costing those taxpayers less money. I think I want to do that. I think when you look at some of the buildings that we've built and other similar, buildings that approach, LEED certification or net zero or renewable energy or whatever, those buildings almost inevitably over their life cycle cost less money. So again, regardless of whether it's for environmental reasons or green reasons, it's costing taxpayers less money. And I'm for all of those things as well. So I think this is great policy, and I'm very happy to vote in favor of it today. Is there anybody else? Councillor Mitchell.
I appreciate, given your passion about this, that you didn't come over and kick my butt based on my comments, but I think it's a level of maturity that we demonstrate around this horseshoe on a regular basis, and especially this morning with the number of non-unanimous votes. But it was not easy to make the comments I did. I know they're unpopular, but I also know that they represent a segment of the population in Zorra Township, and we do represent all the people of this. And I think when there is something comes up that we disagree with, we have three options. We can vote to go along with it because we know that's what is going to pass. We can vote against it and just not explain why, or you can put yourself out there, as I did, and say, okay, I disagree with it. A lot of things I do just agree with. It's really good policy. It's really well written, but there's some underlying things that I just can't let me support it. So I appreciate the opportunity to represent the other side, recognizing that it is definitely a minority opinion.
Anyone else? I have this so nobody can stop me. So at the risk of going off topic, I just want to comment on what Councillor Mitchell said, because I know for a lot of residents watching the two councils that I sit on, their perception frequently is that a bunch of people go in a room and everybody then is unanimous in agreeing on all the things and everybody's equally enthusiastic and everything. And I always try to explain to them that that's not actually how it works. That sometimes even when somebody votes for a thing, they really kind of don't want to, except that they kind of have to because there aren't any other options for the scenario they're presented with. And that councils are not always unanimous in things, and really why should they be? In our case, the 5 of us were sent here by residents of the Township of Zorra for different reasons. Each one of us campaigned on different reasons, and they said, and for different reasons, those residents said, you. So I think you're 100% right to point that out. That we come here, we're sent here to do this, and there's no reason that people should expect, including ourselves, that we would always agree. And it would be unhealthy if we did. If we always agreed, there without a doubt would be people in this township who were not represented by the fact that the 5 of us agreed on everything. So notwithstanding how the vote goes on any given issue, I think it's a really well-made point that those things have to be raised, and then the part that I think a lot of residents struggle to imagine is that we will, as we have, as you pointed out already today, had split votes, and that yet we will still all chat and have a coffee and a beer and lunch afterwards, and everything's fine because we're, I think, demonstrating to people. And it's probably needed more now than it has been for a long time, that we need to be able to disagree with each other and still be civil and be neighbors and be friends, which I think this council is doing today. Anybody else before I call the question? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And then 9.4D, Report 2025-069 from the Chief Administrative Officer regarding the Ontario Living Wage. CIO Lutter, I'll turn it over to you.
I do not have any other comments to add.
Questions from council? Councilor.
First of all, I want to thank Diane for bringing this forward. in a relatively short time from when the initial motion was passed. I'm very much concerned about this proposal, and I'm glad, and I've given this many hours of thought in the last few months, and I'm glad that we can make a decision today one way or the other and move on. I also want to thank Diane for the tremendous amount of data that she sent me well past 5:30 last night, so that I can have a better understanding of the report and what the proposal is. So I'll start with my questions. My first one was, my understanding of the recommendations is that we raise the hourly pay for seasonal staff, but not become certified living wage employers by the Ontario Living Wage Network. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The second question is multiple choice, because I wanted to understand how the calculations were made to get to the almost $23,000 increase in budget if we adopted this recommendation. So the preamble is there are 4 job categories for seasonal workers. 3 of the 4 have job rates higher than $19.50 per hour. 3 of the 4 have starting rates, which is 88.5% of the job rate in all 4 categories. That is less than $19.50 an hour. Was the increase in the tax levy calculated by A, increasing the job rates in 3 categories so that the 88.5% starting rate is now $19.50 an hour? B, increasing the starting rates in 3 categories to $19.50 an hour, but not adjusting the job rates? C, adjusting all the job rates so that the lowest starting rate is $19.50 per hour, while maintaining the 9.2% wage gap between each of the 4 categories? And D, some other formula that I hadn't thought of.
So we calculated it based on all the staff that were under the threshold of the 1950. So all 4 of the categories we looked at, I had taken a look at, and had brought everybody that was under the 1950 up to it, but did not adjust any of the other levels or grid levels. Okay.
So my comment on that is that the result of that would be that a first-year lifeguard would be paid $19.50 an hour, while the pool supervisor would make $21.01 an hour. A 61 cents extra an hour for all the responsibilities, the extra work, and the experience that involved in being the pool supervisor. If we were to do the option where the entire grid was adjusted, the first-year pool supervisor should be making $25.42 an hour. And the other impact is not only is that grossly unfair to our supervisory seasonal workers, is that we need, if we're going to raise the rates, we have to raise them fairly, and that means that we're almost $23,000 that's in the report as an increase is only a fraction what it should be. There's no way to go through and really calculate it without doing all that math, but I would suggest the increase is going to be 2 or 3 times higher than the $23,000. My third question, and I don't know much about seasonal workers. I see pictures on the website of groups of smiling young people that we've hired. So I have a series of questions that I sent Diane about giving me some more insight on that. So how many seasonal employees does the township have, and what is the breakdown of seasonal employees into the 4 job categories?
So we have 37 positions. 2 are with parks, 2 are with public works students. We have a facility care student. We have 10 facility attendants for both at TDRC and EZCC. We have 9 camp counselors. We have a camp coordinator. We have a behavior inclusive leader. We have 1 lifeguard supervisor, and we have 9 lifeguards and 1 assistant pool supervisor.
Okay, thank you. How many applicants did we have in 2025 for those 37 positions?
We had a number throughout the various positions. So like just even camp counselors, we ended up with 22 applied for the position. We had 1 pool supervisor apply. We had 16 lifeguards applied. We had 11 camp counselors applied. We had 1 behavioral inclusive camp leader. 7 park students applied for the position. We had, we just had the 1 part-time facility caretaker. We had 3 part-time operators applied. We had 7 part-time facility attendants applied. Also included, I've included 4 fitness instructors. And then we also had 8 part-time program attendant apply.
So I appreciate the breakdown. The total comes to 81 applications for 37 positions. Next question, how many seasonal employees returned for a second or third year?
This particular year, we had 22 returned.
Okay. So the reason for those last 3 questions is that one of the rationales for the Ontario living wage increasing for our seasonal workers is it would encourage more applications and also retention of those people. And it appears we have no problem with either getting applications or retaining seasonal employees to come back for the second and third year. Are there any seasonal employees related to council members or full-time staff?
There's none for council, related to council, and just 1 with our full-time staff.
Okay, and that's good news because I know in other municipalities, nepotism is a thing, and so we're hiring people based on their qualifications, not because of who they know. That's awesome. Are any seasonal employees younger than 18 years old?
Yes, we have 8 of them.
Okay, and the reason I ask that is the minimum wage for students under 18 is $16.20 an hour. We're already paying them $1 above minimum wage. If we were to go through with this proposal, it's potentially we could have a 16 or 17-year-old making $19.50 an hour, and the starting rate for new employees in public works, at the arenas, and some of the positions in this building is $26.72. So there's not a huge gap between a 16-year-old with no experience and somebody who has much more experience and qualifications and more responsibilities. During the hiring process, are job applicants asked for info about their personal costs of living for food, shelter, or other costs of the 10 items that the Ontario Living Wage Network uses to calculate the living wage?
No, we do not.
And I suspect that's because it's illegal to do that. Mm-hmm. And the reason I asked this question is because the Ontario Living Wage Network uses a whole bunch of educated guesses and assumptions as to what it costs people to live. But the employer has no way of confirming whether those are actual costs of the people that they hire. So there's a disconnect there. And my last question is, why does the Ontario Living Wage Network use a 35-hour work week to make the calculations instead of the standard 40-hour work week?
The approach is based on the assumption that most workers in Ontario work full-time and are likely to be paid for 35 hours of work. The network's calculations considers the actual cost of living for a family with 2 working adults and 2 children, a representation of the expenses faced by workers in Ontario. By using a 35-hour work week, the network aims to provide a more accurate and practical measure of what a living wage should be, reflecting the actual needs of workers and their families.
Okay, that's the rationale, which I have in private industry, I've never seen a 35-hour work week. The work weeks I'm familiar are with 40 hours or 44 hours. And I think by using a 35-hour work week, that it distorts the numbers, because by their calculations, a 35-hour work week, 52 weeks, is 1,820 hours a year. A 40-hour work week times 52 is 2,080. Well, if you multiply 1950 by 1820, that comes to 35,490, which I take as their level that a single person needs to meet their basic needs. But if you multiplied the minimum wage of $17.20 an hour by 40-hour work week was $2,080. That comes to $35,776. So basically the same number. So I don't agree with the methodology of their calculations, but that's the way they came up with those numbers. So that's the end of my questions. I have some comments to make, but I will wait until a motion is put forward.
Any other questions for staff on the report? Councillor Stewart.
I just want to, Councillor Mitchell's list was long, so I want to go back to one of the earlier ones where he was discussing bringing the lowest within a wage scale, bringing the lowest up to 1950, but not changing the upper. Can you guys just sort of allude to that again?
So based on the motion that was forward, all I did was adjust, just calculated on anybody that was making under the 1950 and not anything above. And it was, and depending on, and it didn't matter what position they held, just brought everybody to 1950. And staff were well aware of that when working on the calculations for this report. But that is, if we were to look at doing something like going with the 1950, we also are taking a look at the logistics of the whole grid and the comparative, and going out to get more comparative of the area municipalities and what others are doing. So it wouldn't just be ending with this. We would just go on to the next step and do a comparative, and it'd be part of the 26 budget.
Any other questions for staff? Do I have a mover? Anyone? It's item 9.4D. Do I have a mover?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stewart, that report 2025-069 from the Chief Administrative Officer be received as information.
As the mover, do you wish to speak to that?
Yes. So I think as a first step, when we were having a conversation around cost of living, a living wage employer, and knowing that there's a program and framework for this type of thing and what the intended outcome is of this type of investment as an employer. I think it shares a lot in common with minimum wage legislation in terms of ensuring that employees are not paid below what is deemed to be appropriate in broader scope and scale. Because we have a current practice of having all of our job positions going through an external analysis on a regular basis every 4 years, and have that come back to council to ensure that as gaps start to be identified between what our staff are making and what they should be making in relation to what the industry standard is for similar positions in similar jurisdictions, we've had the opportunity to make those investments and adjustments to bring people to where they should be compensated. I probably could have looked at our pay scale prior to supporting the previous motion of direction to see exactly where everything was, and I didn't. So I think that the good news in this report for me personally is that the only people that are currently making below living wage rate for our area are our part-time seasonal students. And so what that does mean is that our full-time employees, there's not a full-time employee in the Township of Zorra that is making below the living wage employer wage for our area. And I think that's a testament to the work of our processes and the financial support of previous councils and this council. I know as we're moving towards another one of these reviews, it will start to reflect the cost of wage, a living wage employer adoption of some of our neighbors. So as those entry-level positions, those seasonal student positions are being compared to those in municipalities that are bringing them up to 1950, we're likely going to see recommendations that they come up a little bit anyways, because those will start averaging out and we'll have to consider that. But at this time, in terms of a financial investment of taxation, in the $23,000 range as a starting point with a lack of clarity on what the additional financial contributions will be and what adjustments will be recommended as a separate discussion. I'm not convinced that it is achieving what it is that I was in support of when undertaking this request for further information. I think the report's really great. I think the framework is great. I'm comfortable with it being averages. I'm comfortable with it not being about someone's specific living expenses. I think the framework has to be it is high level and averaged so that it can function. Doesn't mean it is always going to function, and I'm comfortable with that. But I think when I'm looking at what we would be intending to do with the pressures on our taxation, I'm not confident that that's what it's achieving. But I do look forward to the full pay scale analysis that we do have coming up to see where those increases are, and maybe the added investment that I will support may fill gaps that are identified through that process itself, which I fully expect to actually bring some of those lifeguard positions up if we do know that some of our neighbors are doing this type of work and in supporting it. And I also want to just pull out really quick that the staff report recommended even if we were to adopt this sort of policy framework, that the registration and formal process of participating in it was not a recommendation, that for the added cost and a sticker on the window, that wasn't something that really fit with our municipality. And I think why I'm pulling that out is I think that, well, things are designed for anyone to pick up and use. That was a recommendation because it doesn't really fit. For the added cost, it didn't have the value for the nature of who we are as a municipality. And I think that's sort of ties into why, well, the framework is great and while it can work, because of the nature of our municipality and because we are already paying all of our full-time employees a living wage, that this framework I don't believe is the right fit for Zorra at this particular time.
Councillor Stewart is the seconder.
Agree with everything the Deputy Mayor said. I think what stands out for me is that we have a process in place for adequate compensation and the regular review of that. So to create another tool that's doing the same thing that may result in some differences in wages that are unfair, I think we should just stick with what we have because it's working well.
Any other discussion? Councillor Mitchell.
Sorry, did you see Councillor Finch? Sorry. I got to tune in my hearing aids a little bit. I'm thrilled to see that we're not moving forward with this at this time, and we're just taking it as information. I did not expect that would be the result. I'm also a little disappointed because I've spent hours and hours over the last 3 months coming up with the best possible speech I could come to say why this living wage concept offends me. And the reason it offends me because it goes counter to my core values that I've had since I started my first job when I was 14 years old. And those core values which Janice and I passed on to our kids was that A, hard work and initiative is not only rewarded but expected. Society doesn't owe you a living, it only owes you the opportunity to make a living. And that personal finances are personal responsibilities, and that both on the income side of the ledger but also on the spending side of the ledger. And no matter what your paycheck is, if you make bad spending decisions, it's not going to be enough. And no government or agency can decide what is a necessity and what is a luxury, because the necessity to some people is a luxury to somebody else. So it offends me that this advocacy group should make their calculations and say, this is what you should be paying, otherwise you're not a good employer. I believe that the fair market determines what people get paid based on their education, their skills, their experience, and the responsibilities in what they, the jobs that they hold. And that's what we have incorporated in the salary grid that was adopted a few years ago and which will be examined in the near future. So I'm glad to see that we're not going to base our pay on the calculations of some advocacy group who I think has ulterior motives as far as increasing the minimum wage in the province. But I fully agree that when we do have the re-examination of our salary grid, that it includes seasonal workers, so that if there is a shortfall comparative to what other municipalities, other private employers are paying young, inexperienced workers, that should be incorporated into our next grid. So I'm very pleased to support the motion that we don't move forward with the living wage, but that we accept it as information. And once again, I thank Diane for the information that was brought forward to us.
Anyone else? Councillor Finch.
Thank you so much for bringing this report, Diane. I am happy to see that all of our employees are living a healthy wage. In this report, you only have 26 staff that are paid under the living wage, which are students. And throughout the document of the living wage network, it really doesn't speak to students at all. So I'm happy to support the motion on the floor and just have it carried as information.
Anyone else? I don't support the motion on the floor. I think we should adopt this and direct our staff to implement it. I think I agree with many of the points that every member of council has made. Not all, but many of the points, not the councillors. But I think to me what it comes down to is, as Councillor Mitchell quite rightly pointed out, we don't know the personal circumstances of employees that we have. There are definitely, I would suspect, the majority of the student, summer employees, temporary seasonal employees that we have that are living at home and not paying rent or a grocery bill or utilities. But there might be some that are, and we wouldn't know. I know, personally, I know post-secondary students who are, seasonal employees, summer students. They work a part-time job or at the university. They're paying tuition, they're paying their grocery bill, they're paying their rent, they're paying utilities. They're students. They need to earn a living wage. It's not my business. I just happen to know those individuals. There's other individuals who are not in that circumstance, but we don't know. And we can't know, and we shouldn't know. It's none of our business to know. So to me, this is really just about the issue of, I think we do have, I personally feel, and I think as government or just as an employer, I think we should pay people what it costs them to live. In my other role in municipal government, I am acutely aware that every single person that does not get enough money to live on their own, I end up taxing people to deal with that person, whether it's through increased calls for police, fire, or ambulance, or rent supplements, or affordable housing, or emergency shelter, or whatever. When somebody doesn't have enough money to look after themselves, I end up taxing people to look after them, and I can't escape it, no matter what. Notwithstanding whether those people make the best choices they could make, and they spend things on things that are a need or a luxury, it's inevitable. So for me, that's what this comes down to. It's clear to me where council is going to go with this, and I disagree, but as we have already discussed, sometimes you win and sometimes you lose. Any other discussion before I call the vote? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And I'm going to suggest that it's 12:30 on the dot. The deputy mayor has to go, and I believe lunch is, if not ready, almost ready. So let's take a break now for, how long do you want to go for? Half an hour? 45 minutes? What do you want? Half an hour? We'll come back in here at 1 o'clock. 1:03, and we are back from lunch, and we left off in a bunch of weird places, and we are at 8.2A, Recreation and Facilities Division, Report 2025-067 from the Manager of Recreation and Facilities regarding an update on the CSRIF grant and Seniors Grant. Manager Caldwell, I'll turn it over to you.
Nothing to highlight, just this report's just intended to be a high-level update to a report that I submitted back in October with our intentions to apply for the Community Sport and Recreation Infrastructure Fund. So this is just to provide an update on the results.
Thank you. Questions from council? I have a mover. Councillor Mitchell.
Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Finch, that report 2025-067 from the Manager of Recreation Facilities be received and filed for information purposes only.
Is there any discussion? Councillor Mitchell.
First of all, great news and compliments and congratulations to Sophia and everybody else in the staff, because I'm sure there was some other people involved in all this work to get this money granted to us. My calculations of, what was it, 22 out of 500 is about a 4% success rate, so that's pretty long odds that you beat. So the application must have been rock solid. And I think provincial, federal, and private grants are an important source of funding. This is not the first grants you've got. I know at the Upper Thames, it's an even bigger source of funding there. And I think it's important that we keep going after these grants. And it appears that we have the staff capable of beating the odds and getting this money for us. So that's great. A quick comment on the new build grant. And I get the impression from a lot of people that this co-build project is a done deal. And unless I missed something, and the mayor alluded to it a little bit earlier this morning about the potential of us working with the school board. I know that we've passed 2 or 3 motions authorizing staff to pursue this project and get more information, and we've had a couple of reports come back as to design, and there was one on the different responsibilities and who gets to do what and whatnot. But like I say, unless I miss something, it's still, the final approval is still a ways off. The changes at the school board, I don't know what impact that has on this. I noticed 2 or 3 weeks ago that the person in charge of new buildings and design left for whatever reason. We do have $1.8 million penciled into the capital budget next year if we go ahead with this. That money would come from development charges, but since those development charges could be many years away, we potentially would have to borrow to go against that. So not getting this funding, certainly if we get to a point where we need to vote on what, not getting this funding is certainly going to impact my vote on this. So if there is other opportunities, I hope that we're pursuing them, because I think getting some grant funding is going to be, at least for me, is going to be a key part of whether we go ahead with that project or not.
Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 9.2, Building Drainage and Bylaw Services, Report 2025-078 from the Drainage, Drainage Superintendent regarding the Federal Drain 2025 Tender Award. CBO Hughes, is there anything you want to highlight for council there?
Yeah, this is just a recommendation to approve TAS to build the Federal Drain 2025. You can see we had 4 bidders. It came in at a little under the estimated engineer's cost, and TAS will be new to the township. We've not used them before for building drains, but we did a little research on them. Looks like they do a good job, so we're happy with that.
Questions from council on the report? Not seeing any. Do I have a mover? Councillor Mitchell.
Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Finch, that the Federal Drain 2025 tender be awarded to TAS Excavating and Rentals Limited for their tendered price of $368,133.85, excluding HST, and that council authorize township staff and the mayor to execute any agreements associated with the project, including an access agreement with Amrise? Is that close enough?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 9.4, Legislative Services A, Report 2025-077 from the Director of Corporate Services regarding encroachment agreement 115 Argyle Street, Embro. I'll turn it over to the Director.
Nothing more to add at this time.
Questions from Council on the report? Do I have a mover? Councillor Mitchell.
Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Finch, the council enact a bylaw to enter into an encroachment agreement with the property owner of 115 Argyle Street, Embro, for an encroachment that provides motor vehicle parking to their residents.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 9.4B, Report 2025-076 from the Director of Corporate and Protective Services regarding Kingwood Phase 1A and B Assumption. Director, is there anything you'd like to highlight for Council before I ask them for questions?
Nothing else to add.
Questions from Council? Not seeing any. Do I have a mover? Councillor Mitchell.
Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Stewart. The council received report 2025-076 from the Director of Corporate and Protective Services, and the council passed a resolution to enact a necessary bylaw to approve full acceptance and assumption of the municipal works and services constructed and installed within registered plans 41M-382, 415, or M-386, and 41M-393, Phase 1A and 1B, Kingwood Riverside Subdivision, excluding road stubs.
Is there any discussion? I have a question. The excluding road stubs is different than the recommendation in the report. I don't know whether it would be Councillor Mitchell or staff that would be able to answer that for me, why that's there.
Yeah, it was just an oversight. It is stated in the body of the report.
Thank you.
It's an oversight in the recommendation.
Thank you.
Yep.
By road stubs, they mean openings to go into future development. We're
Correct.
not assuming them. 'Cause
Correct.
they're going to be smashed all this.
Correct.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Uh, 10, correspondence requiring direction. Correspondence from the Tavistock and District Rod and Gun Club regarding to October 25th, 2025 noise bylaw exemption request. Is there any questions for staff before I ask for a mover? Do I have a mover? Councillor Mitchell.
Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Finch, that the Council of the Township of Zorra approved exemption to the noise control bylaw submitted by the Tavistock and District Rod and Gun Club for an event scheduled at 336994 33rd line on Saturday, October 25th, 2025, to allow an additional trap shoot from 9:30 a.m. to 1 p.m., and that the Tavistock and District Rod and Gun Club distribute an informative handout with the event information to all surrounding neighbors by October 18th, 2025.
Is there any discussion? Councillor Mitchell.
This is something that they have held annually, and every year they ask for an exemption, and we've granted it, so there's no reason not to continue that.
Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Boards and committees, Upper Thames River Conservation Authority Board update from Board Member Mitchell.
Latest meeting was June 24th. First item on the agenda was a notice of motion moved by Peter Cuddy from London and seconded by Tom Heeman from Thames Centre to direct staff to reduce the municipal levy by 1.5% from the 2025 level when preparing the 2026 budget. And in the Upper Thames handles notice of motions a little different than we do in that they staff prepares a report with a recommendation one way or another, and I know it's a little different, but staff recommendation was not to move forward with this, to adopt this motion. I was one of 5 or 6 people that spoke against the motion. I called it backwards budgeting, and I pointed out that the proper way to prepare a budget is to decide how much money you need to spend, decide how much money you're probably going to bring in, subtract revenue from expenses, and that's your levy. And if that's not acceptable, then you start fine tuning. But to start the budget process by saying it's going to be 1.5% less next year than it was this year is just not, it may be politically look good, but financially that's not how we do things. As I said, there was others spoke against it, and in a recorded vote, the motion was defeated 10-3. We had a report on the phosphorus reduction program. It's in year 1 of 4. Farmers are paid per acre incentives to adopt phosphorus reduction measures. The less phosphorus applied and or moving into the groundwater is the goal of this program. And the areas that they can get paid for are reduced tillage, cover crops, subsurface application, tree planting, and erosion control. So far, there's been $1.3 million of funding paid out in the Upper Thames watershed in the first year, and there have been in the first year there was 179 applications in total, and of which 32 came into Zorra, which was one more than any other municipality, and 34,795 total acres, of which 6,143 were in Zorra, which was 1,352 acres more than the second ranked municipality. So I took the opportunity to do some bragging about how progressive our farmers are in Zorra Township. We had an update on the planning and regulations policies. This is another provincial requirement. The Upper Thames Policy Manual was adopted in 2006. There were minor amendments in 2017. And Karen Winfield, who is a veteran member of the Planning Department, is the lead on this project and developing training and guidance materials and public outreach materials. There will be a policy document committee, they have a policy document committee of senior staff that meets regularly, and they get input from other staff as needed. So there's a document that has been quite outdated, but is being brought up partially because of provincial requirements, but also because it needed to be done. We had a closed session where the board directed staff to proceeding with plans to sell several parcels of land that no longer are needed to provide core services or infrastructure. And we also got an update on the land lease program at the Fanshawe Conservation Area, where the cottages have morphed into year-round residences and are now under the Landlord-Tenant Act, which is causing all kinds of headaches for not only the conservation area, but the tenants. And then in the afternoon, I attended Finance and Audit Report. We had a staff report on the current investments in GIC's bonds, and we have money invested with PHN portfolio, and we had a Zoom presentation from the investment counselor from PHN talking about past performance, current status, and economic analysis of world events. So that's always quite interesting to hear about that part of the stuff. There is no meeting in July. The next meeting is August 26th.
Any questions? I have a mover.
Moved by Councillor Finch, seconded by Councillor Mitchell, that item 11A be received and filed for information purposes only.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 12, information items 12A and B. A is Safe and Well Oxford update to area municipal councils. B is East Zorra Tavistock council resolution regarding speeding, distracted driving, and impaired driving. Is there any questions before I ask for a motion? Do I have a mover? Councillor Finch.
Moved by Councillor Finch, seconded by Councillor Mitchell, that items 12A and B be received and filed for information purposes only.
Is there any discussion? I would just say with respect to Safe and Well Oxford, if you'll indulge me in like partially switching hats here a little bit. As the chair of the Safe and Well Oxford Steering Committee, I really encourage, I know that our staff are already engaged with Safe and Well staff on what the next version of this plan will look like. There will be opportunities for every member of council here to be engaged and for this council to be engaged in that. I would really encourage you to think about what, not just the previous plan and what it has or hasn't done, what you think of it, but what you would like it to do. And I would really encourage you to give that input, whether it's individually or through any kind of like formal direction to our staff here or formal correspondence here to that plan. I can promise you it will be welcome. And we should really, like, we are as a municipality, even though Oxford County is doing it, we are the ones that are legally obliged to deliver it into the legislation. I think we stand to benefit from it. We pay for police and we pay for fire here, and if Saving Well Oxford is done well, we will pay less for those things in the long run. So I just strongly encourage council to look for any opportunity and think ahead to the next time this comes in front of us. If we want to give formal input, I know that informally our staff are going to be giving input as to what they think is and isn't working. This is something that we legally have to do. Might as well do it well and try and get it done effectively. So, anyone else before I call the question? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And unfinished business, 13A, Joint Health and Safety Committee, June 11th, 2025, agenda, and March 12th, 2025 minutes. I'm going to make a leap here and assume there's nothing that staff wants to highlight. I'm just going to go straight to council questions. Councilor Mitchell.
Yeah. Yes, Sophia. When I read this report, it took me back about 15 years when I was a certified worker rep on our health and safety committee in a place I worked with Crystal's dad, and I must say Crystal's a lot easier to work with than her dad was. But aside from that, 3 questions that came up when I read the report was, what is the concern with putting up road closure signs that was referred to in the minutes?
So that conversation was a new business item. It was kind of spurred after a foggy morning where there was a road closure, and road staff were ordered to do a road closure. And so they were kind of exploring some safer practices and equipment needs we might be able to put in place for setup and takedown of emergency road closures, signage during those low visibility events, whether it's fog or heavy snowstorms. So solutions are still being explored, but that just kind of situationally came up as a new business item right before that meeting.
Okay. My second question, there's quite a bit of information in the report about, so my question is, how would becoming a multi-workplace joint health and safety committee be different than current and past practices?
So currently, our township has a single joint health and safety committee with representatives across all the departments who meet as one joint health and safety committee. And generally, to have this type of structure for an organization with multiple workplaces, we would require approval from a regional director through the Ministry of Labor to have this type of structure and to formalize it. So basically, this approval process will just help us maintain the way we're currently operating. And then through this process and the review of our terms of reference, the ministry might specify changes in our composition of the committee or practices and procedures that we abide by through our terms of references. So those changes would be updated and reflected through that approval process. Ultimately, they could order us to create a health and safety committee for each work site, but we're hopeful that they see the benefit of a small township like Zorra having a united committee where we can have more of a unified approach to health and safety across the township, as many of our staff do have crossover between the different work sites.
So a follow-up to that, if they did require it for each work site, then each work site would have to have a certified representative?
Depending on the number of staff at each work site, and that's where it gets tricky as with the composition of our township, where we have volunteer firefighters, we have arena sites where, you know, there's under 5 regularly employed staff at times, and so there's different compositions based on the number of staff at each work site, and that's why it's so beneficial the way we're currently configured to have one united joint health safety, because a department like fire being volunteer run may not be required to have a health and safety committee, but we're benefiting from having 3 firefighters sit regularly in on our quarterly meetings and providing their expertise and input on their safety practices. So.
And that leads into my last question is, firefighters are included in the Health and Safety Committee, and as township employees, there are different rules regarding hazardous work conditions and work refusal compared to other workers. Should the terms of reference be amended to reflect that? And it's unusual that you have such a wide variety of of types of employees than most workplaces.
Yeah, exactly. So I think just for some context, we developed this first draft of our terms of reference, working with Ministry of Labor and using a checklist and guidelines to create it, but that doesn't encompass all the nuances that we have with our organizational composition. So, you bringing that to light, I think for sure it will be wise for us to reference that section of the Health and Safety Act. It's section 43.1, and it's just touches on there's certain positions, firefighters, police, who in specified circumstances have limited ability to refuse work. And so I think just adding in those specified circumstances, so it's terms of reference encompasses the rights of all of our staff and volunteers, would be a wise next step. Through this approval process, we'll have the opportunity to make such amendments to our procedures within the terms of reference, so we'll do that.
Thanks, Sophia.
Anyone else? Do I have a mover? Councillor Finch.
Moved by Councillor Finch, seconded by Councillor Mitchell, that item 13A be received and filed for information purposes only.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And I think we have bylaws, items of community interest and confirmatory. So bylaws, do I have a mover? Councillor Finch.
Moved by Councillor Finch, seconded by Councillor Mitchell, that bylaw 29-25 and 30-25 be taken read a first, second, and third time and finally passed, and therefore that the mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to sign the same and affix the corporate seal thereto.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And as a community interest in the calendar, and since you're back, Councillor Finch, I will turn it over to you.
July 19th, from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. is the 16th Annual Garage Fest in Embro at the tire shop there. There's live music, silent auction, and a 50-50 draw. August 1st and 2nd is the Embro Truck and Tractor Pull. Friday, gates open at 4. Saturday, gates open at 1 p.m. It is a cash event. Adults are $20 or $35 for the weekend. Children, 5 to 12, $5, 10 for the weekend, and under 5 are free. And August 12th is the Zorra 50th anniversary here at this building, 11:30 to 1:30. Yeah.
Anyone else?
Community car show for July at the Beachville Museum is on the 27th, Sunday, 11 to 4.
Anyone else? Did you say the Harrington Centennial thing? No. So that's on, I think, August 11th? Or no, not on August 11th, no. It's coming up here soon. 9th, thank you, August 9th, 11 till 2:30, I think. So it's not the centennial of the Village of Harrington, it's the centennial of that big, huge group photo that they had taken. So anybody who wants to be in the 100th anniversary of that big photo, which in theory would happen again in another 100 years, and then you would be in the photo in 100 years, should be there. I think they're going to try and do the photo later in the day, like 2:30ish or something like that, I think. Councilor Mitchell?
I think their plan is that at 2 o'clock, they have a couple of pipers who will, once you hear the piper, you go to wherever they're going to take the picture, follow the piper, and you'll get to be in the recreation of the.
Anything else? I did want to point out in the context of Garage Fest, I don't know if everybody knows or not, but Cooksville Tire is changing their name to Embro Tire, or they're in the process of doing that anyway. That's been a long time coming. So anyway, you had something else?
Yeah, just for residents to know that the 2026 budget survey is now online. And if you want to have a say where your tax dollars are going, this is a great way to do so. It's up until August 29th.
Thank you. Anyone else on the calendar? All right, confirmatory.
Moved by Finch, seconded by Mitchell, that bylaw 31-25, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council held July 16th, 2025, be read a first, second, and third time this July 16th, 2025, and further that the mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to sign and same the affixed corporate seal thereto.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And a motion to adjourn?
Moved by Finch, seconded by Mitchell, that this session of council be now adjourned and hereby closed at 1:28 p.m. And the next meeting of council be called for August 14th, 2025 at 9:30 a.m. in the council chambers at the Zorra Municipal Center.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried, and we are adjourned.